right, good morning, everyone. Good morning and good afternoon, whatever, wherever you are. Sorry. Anastasia's in the background. Can you add yourself? Yeah, there we go. Nice.
Jonatan, here I am. Yes,
Hey.
definitely. How are you today?
Well, I've gotten sick again, which is just absolutely insane. So I probably have to go to the medical center or whatever that's called, see if they can make some tests or whatever. Because the whole family, we've been sick since December, on and off. It's just incredible.
Yeah, I was just about to say it's the third or fourth time already, right, in a row.
Yeah, third time now, which yeah, it is crazy. But how about you? You feeling good? You haven't had any. You've been lucky with the illnesses.
No, I think you took it all on yourself because I'm completely fine.
Yeah, well, let's hope I'm not gonna infect you with any digital virus here during the live stream. And how are you guys in the comments? We got a lot of people tuning in. Welcome everyone. We got a lot of questions on the live stream that we had yesterday, the event that we had, the Master Risk event, which Anastasia and Alex did a wonderful job hosting. Some questions on the account. FXDP says, I thought there was a brand new account. There was a brand new account, and it was available to buy during the event. I don't have all the details on this, but go to the link. You know what? I'm gonna ask the team, and then throughout the live stream, I'm gonna make sure that I have all the answers for you guys. Okay.
How to check the winners. The winners were announced yesterday during the stream. So if your name appeared there, you were supposed to get an email right after the event finished. So look out for the email. If your name was there in the list of the winners, you were supposed to get the information.
But that's what you did during the presentations, right? When you gave away the high stakes account. Oh, sorry.
Yes, we did. After every single streamer, the presenter, we were announcing 5 winners. There were 15 total high stakes accounts that were given away yesterday. So guys, the winners, you were getting the email. If you didn't get the email, well, there will be more events and more chances to win. So make sure that you are subscribed to the YouTube channel, to the 5ers channels in general on social media, because the announcements are always there.
That's right. And I do see that we have, I did a poll seeing how many of you are subscribed, and I see that 94% of you are subscribed. So that's, I'll take that. That's a good number for sure. Okay, so today, yes, the CEO of the 5ers are coming later in the live stream, coming on here to do some live scalping. I believe it's going to be Saul and Alex. I do have a doctor's appointment I have to run to, but I'll make sure that I'll get back as soon as possible, because I really want to catch that session with Saul and perhaps do some live trading with him as well. So that's coming up later in the session. I'm gonna have to drink a lot of water today.
Maybe some tea.
Yeah, I did drink tea in the morning, but now I got a headache, because usually I used to drink coffee in the morning, and if I don't drink coffee, I'm getting a headache. So I drank tea, and I get a headache. So now I got to drink a lot of coffee and tea. So I'm kind of like switching between coffee and tea, which I'm gonna be so pumped after this. Like, there's gonna be so much caffeine in my body. It's gonna be amazing. At 1, I'm just gonna crash. Probably around lunchtime, I'm gonna fall asleep. Okay. So what are we doing today? Well, I guess we're doing live trading as usual. We're going to do some live trading. We're going to do some live analysis. And other than that, I don't really have any plans. I think that's going to be most of it. Do you have anything that you want to cover or want to look at?
I think that's a plan today, right? We were here for the live trading as well. We promised it yesterday to the people. You guys were excited. We aren't necessarily scalpers, but I think we can figure something out for all of you.
The idea is not. Yeah, I mean, the idea is obviously for Saul to come on and scalp later. But what I want to try here is just do some live trading. I mean, if it turns into a scalp, then sure. Then I guess we're scalpers. Let's make a let's make a poll. See what you guys want me to trade today. I always do a poll asking you guys what you guys want me to trade, and then I'll leave it up to you guys. Maybe you can write in the comment section what you guys want me to include in the poll. We have one saying GBP USD. Let's add
gold. There was gold.
Gold, of course. What else do we have? Gold. Okay, we got
Yeah, gold.
Yeah, we know it's going to be gold.
I feel gold is definitely winning.
Yeah.
Oh,
okay,
Euro
USD.
Yeah, Euro USD. Okay, indices.
Okay. Let's make a poll here. Okay, so we got a poll in the comment section. Let's give it a couple of minutes, and then we'll decide on what we're going to do. Baseball cards. Yeah, that would be interesting. Well, it seems like gold is winning as always. Yeah.
Is there anything you are looking at today?
Well, look at this. This is something new. This is pretty cool. Let me see. Where do I have that one? Here, look at this.
Oh, this is good.
Yeah. So every time we got Trump tweeting, Trump speaking, Trump whatever, we're gonna make sure that we alert you all. Make sure you know you gotta take it easy because Trump just appeared on our screen, started dancing, crashing the markets, laughing all the way to the bank.
I saw he posted it a couple of days ago. He said something like, "I'm not even looking at the market," and that was at the day when the indices and the crypto, everything completely crashed. And traders were joking like, "Good for you, man, that you aren't looking at the market."
Yeah,
it's like good for you.
Yeah, it's like wow. I mean, I remember a couple of years ago he said if the Dow Jones drops a certain amount of points during one day, then the sitting president should be removed, basically. And that's pretty much what happened. And his response is, "I'm not even looking at the market." It's interesting, definitely interesting.
Yeah, it was 2013, in fact, and it dropped. But at that moment, the year 30 price was much lower. So comparing it to the current prices, Dow should have dropped around 4,000 points instead of 1,000 points in a day to have it equalized with the time when they actually made the post. But I saw that people were saying that just to be safe, he removed that post from his Twitter, in general, just it's not going to pop up again anywhere.
Yeah. Okay, so we got the results are in for the poll. We got not very surprising, but we do have gold taking the lead at 61%. So as you can see here, we got gold. Okay, so what we're gonna do is I'm just gonna open up my trading view right here. See if we can find anything interesting. What is the layout here? Someone has definitely been playing around with the layout yesterday. Let me fix it. See what I can do.
What are you trying to
make
do?
sure that
bigger.
Yeah, he's trying to get the layout to look a little bit better. Something like that. Right. Okay. Gold. Let's see. Probably gonna have to take a break. Like
in the market is right. Let's all click this like and subscribe button to our channel because we have lots of people live. We have not a lot of likes, so we really appreciate your guys' support. So make sure that you like and subscribe to the channel to not miss out on any live analysis in the future.
Yeah, it's very easy to forget about clicking the like because it seems like such a small thing to do, and I agree. I understand. It's just one click. But the thing is, when you like the live stream, it tells the YouTube algorithm that this is something that people like. This is you like live trading, and that brings in more people in here, and also the number of likes of the live stream kind of dictate what we're going to be doing. So every week I go through all my live streams and I look at which of these have the most likes, And then I look at the subject of that live stream, and it seems that the live streams where we are, live trading and having more of a casual discussion, sort of like a podcast-ish live stream with live trading, that's the ones that you seem to like the most. And that's what we're going to be doing here. We want to create a virtual trading floor. Right now we have about 11 or 12 people that come and go into this live stream, and it's a nice feeling of having a virtual trading floor, and that's what we are trying to do here. Now we got gold, and I'm not even gonna try to predict here, because every time I do, every time I try to predict the top on gold, it just
creates another higher high.
Yeah, exactly. It just breaks out. So, I mean, if I look at a 3-day, which I like looking at the 3-day from a from a swing trader's perspective and more of the higher time frames, to see if I can find anything that makes sense here from the higher time frames. And we do have obviously the possible beginning of a top. We have quite a bearish candle right here, and as you can see, every time we had a good move to the downside, we had quite a bearish candle here on the 3-day. On the daily, same thing here. We kind of hit a top here, broke down, failed to hold that level. So what we have here on the daily, I believe, is price reacting to a resistance. So right now we're in a high time frame resistance area. So that's on the daily, and then we can go into the 4-hour, and we can try to adjust this level and make it even smaller to try to get the most amount of price action within this level while still keeping the level as small as possible. Now, a good way to do this is also switch to the line chart. And yeah, okay, so I think that looks good. And we're going to adjust it to the upside as well to exclude all the wicks. So I believe that's the level, okay? That's the level we're playing with right now. And because of the fact that this is resistance and we're in a range, I'm still on the 4-hour, even though I'm going to be trading on the 1 minute. I still want to do that top-down analysis and understand what my bias is. So this is on the 4-hour. We got range. We got the range EQ down here. It's already been hit, but we have a strong rejection of that candle. I mean, that candle, strong rejection of that resistance. What I'm thinking now is maybe a move down here, but we also have a level that we're retesting right now here. If we go to the 15-minute, we have a smaller range here. We're breaking the range EQ. Okay, so I'm assuming that now that we broke this level, we're probably going to come down and test this region here. And I'm a bit too late to enter that trade, because obviously the trade would probably have looked something like this, which might make sense actually. So on the 5-minute, I'm just going to add a few levels here that I like. That's on the 5-minute, and then go to 1 minute here. Right, okay, so I'm going to now go over to MetaTrader, and I will look to execute a position on this. So we got gold here on the 1 minute, and looking at the levels we had on TradingView, we want to make sure that our stop loss is here. Our TP is going to be down at that level. It's a 2R, 2 risk to reward trade. We'll be entering a 0.25% risk. Okay, so the first position here, is entered as a short. That is the trade setup with my TP down here. If we break down, I'm going to enter another one, and it looks like we have confirmation of rejection, so I'm going to enter one more. I won't in with 0.5%, and I don't want to be entering more than 0.5% on this. Because there is a high probability that, not a high probability, but there is a probability of coming up and testing this level right here. And if we test that level, I'll get stopped out and I will enter a new short, and that trade would look something like having my stops above here, same TP, but much better risk to reward. Right, that's the trade. Here we go.
Okay, so you're shorts based on the higher resistance, right? Essentially, so based on the higher structure.
Well, not really. I mean, this particular trade here is just getting a feeling for the lower time frames, but I want to make sure that I get the full picture. So going from the 3-day to the daily, 4-hour, 1 hour, and then going down all the one to the 1 minute. I just want to make sure that I'm not missing out on anything. But this particular trade here is basically based on, you know, this low time frame range that we're seeing, range low, range EQ, and range high. But I want to make sure that I'm not, you know, getting into a trade. Oh, by the way, I'm looking at trading view, by the way. But okay, so if you go to the MetaTrader here, you will see that this trade is based on this local range right here, down to range low. But I want to make sure that I'm not trading against the bigger picture trend, against, and I don't feel like I am, because we looked at the daily, we were right below resistance, we hit that resistance, we went to the 4-hour, we saw that price had just rejected that level and continued to the downside. So it's basically just a way for me to trade the local trend, the very low time frame trend or range, but making sure that I remove any obstacles on the higher time frames. Because imagine if you see this on the 5 minute and you're like, oh, it looks like it's going to come down here, but then you zoom out and you see that you're on daily support. And then, of course, you can't short on the 1 minute if you are on daily support. M76BB says, how often will you watch this trade? Well, for the next 6 hours, probably, if you know, I'm going to be here way long, you know?
I'm asking because I'm actually looking that there is possibility for a buy for gold based on what I'm doing, based on volumes. And that's why I ask what are you focusing on, you know, when you're making a decision about the short.
Right. Okay. Interesting. Well, let us look at that then.
1 second. So,
because most of the time, when you trade against me, you end up being right. So this gets me a bit nervous.
I'm not sure. Is it so?
Yeah.
For some reason, it doesn't let me to share my screen. I'm gonna.
You have to remove one. So they updated StreamYard again. That you have to remove my screen and then add yours.
Okay, 1 second. No, it doesn't let me share it for some reason.
Okay, I'll try now. If you try if it works now.
Can you see my screen now?
No. Oh, okay. Nope. No. Oh, it's there now.
Yeah. Can you see the chart? Because if it only let me share the whole entire screen. So if I'm gonna shift back to StreamYard, it's gonna be showing the StreamYard for some reason. Can you see gold?
No. Yeah, but can you share it, or do I have to share it?
Can you switch it on? Because again, it's gonna let me. I think it's gonna just show me.
Yeah,
the StreamYard.
I can pull it up. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I'm gonna connect from my second laptop in the meantime. So let me know when you see the gold. I'm gonna go through this.
Yep, I see it all.
So I see what you see for short. Now, if you look at that's a 30-minute time frame. Let's go on 1 hour. It's gonna be more visible. So I'm looking at this range right here, and this was some volume accumulation that we've been here for almost the entire past week. Now what we see here is the price actually rejected from it, and now since yesterday, it was actually able to go back to the upside above the previous volumes of this range, because the maximum volume of this range, the point of control, was between 29.17 and 29.12. So this is the maximum volume of it. So the price was able to break above it, but what is more interesting for right now for me is if you look for the 30-minute time frame, we had the previous consolidation here. And if I'm going to place my volume profile from the bottom of the previous move, so from the whole entire impulsive move to the previous week, we're going to see that we also have quite a big volume where the price is right now. So this is a zone. So I'm actually looking on 30-minute time frame for the continuation from right now back to the upside for gold, and potentially even the new highs I'm thinking about. I'm going to make it a little less bright so we can actually see more. There we go. So I'm looking for the upside move from here back to the upside. At least I'm thinking about the top of the previous range right here, so 29.30 something, and then perhaps even the 29.40 level. I'm actually looking for gold to reach 29.40 already from the last week. And it took it some time, but I think we are right now ready to go back to the upside. What do you think about that?
I know it's against. No, I mean, I like that, and I actually moved my stop loss down on my setup because I see that I'm actually going to close my short now because it hit the level. So I exited that one for very small loss, and I do see that. The thing is, if I add my trading view on here, you will see that. Oh wow, we got Dirk as well. What's up, Dirk? Dirk
hey guys.
Hey.
Sorry to crash your session.
What a nice surprise.
But I thought I just was looking at YouTube when I saw you, both of you. I saw you were talking about gold, so I thought like, 10 minutes on my hands, I might as well join you to hear what you're up to, because I don't know what to do with gold today, really. And you are long, Anastasia. By the way, nice pleasure to meet you. Is short? Oh.
Dirk, we had the opposite trade. Jonatan was looking for a short and I'm looking for a buy. So we have a small discussion between what is it going to be today with gold.
I don't know. Gold is like, it's a bit crazy the last day. Crazy in a boring way for gold, I must say. We have this range somewhere, every time we go over 20, mid-20s, 925, 926, we go down again. And I don't know what to do with it, honestly speaking. And as closer as we get to the release of the inflation data today, the more reluctant I actually am to get into a trade.
So let me just quickly explain what I'm doing here. And yep, hi Dirk, thank you for jumping in. I know when I'm scalping, when I'm trading low time frames, I feel like I'm very rude sometimes. I jump in and I interrupt and I don't listen to what you guys are talking about.
Oh, good. but I saw you're progressing on that evaluation account. You're getting closer to break even again. Nice, man.
I am. So I had a short here, right, based on just the idea that we're breaking a level, a range middle, whatever. And I wanted to take this trade, but then I added the fib. So while Anastasia, you were talking about looking at the volume profile, I added the fib here, and now what I see is, well, obviously this is a support area. So I'm going short below the range EQ, while it's better to short up here and then look for longs closer to the range lows. And the retest of that level is actually a good area, I believe, for longs. And now what we're seeing is we're actually creating a structure here that might be that type of structure that could create a long opportunity, because the more structure you have, the more points of invalidation you will have. So a trade like this might be the next trade that I'm looking at. So now I closed that short and I'm looking to long this.
I don't know. I honestly speaking tend more towards a short position at the moment. At least like for the next hours, but it's not an optimal setup really at the moment. Like it's no, I shouldn't do anything today. I'm not going to be tempted today to do
Come
anything
on, Dirk.
before inflation data.
Come on,
Since I'm
Dirk.
not officially on the live stream anyway today, I'm I'm not supposed to do anything.
You got chicken feet again.
Chicken feet again. No, but
Yeah.
if I really would have to, let me share my screen here again.
If you don't risk it, you're never gonna win.
Yeah, the thing about it is that Dirk is right today.
Listen, Jim, how cocky he has become because he's doing so well at the moment when trading gold.
Yeah, that's it. Well, I am risking quite a lot of this account, and
see,
but it tends to kind of go in my favor. You know, I feel like I'm entering large position sizes, but I'm getting out of them as soon as they start moving against me, and that seems to be working quite well with gold, because gold is like it seems like when it gets moving, it chooses a direction and then it just keeps going.
Yeah, it's like pulling the trigger and then bang, it just goes. I agree with that. I also don't have so much time today on my hand. Oh, we have this again where I need to remove you first and then add. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I don't know what they're doing.
Yeah, it's not an ideal update. Let me put it like this.
No.
That streamer has done here. I mean, potentially, I would be looking here really to go short here on the pullback to the yellow line, the 21 EMA, which is in confluence with the 200 EMA at the moment, but it's not an ideal trade. Ideal would be for me if we see the breakout much more to the downside, when we have the two EMAs moving under the 200 EMA and then the first pullback. So a little bit what Alex probably would be doing with a trade like this as well. So I think earlier you said it's really a sideways range at the moment. So my preferred trading strategy at the moment is really waiting like for confluence signals on the upside. Short signals, we had one when I was still sleeping earlier today, a sell signal, and if that happens now, should we really go to the downside somewhere around that brown line on the lower side there, get a bottom signal, get a buy signal there from my indicators. That might be a trade I would be taking.
I just have to say I'm long gold right here.
Okay,
right
why
now.
not? Yeah, why not? We could get a pullback now. I'm neutral at the moment, but as I said, the closer we get now to the release of the inflation data, the less willing I'm to do these trades, because it's going to screw up, of course, all of my indicators again once we see the volatility, if the numbers are not as they are expected to be. I don't even know what is the expectation for inflation actually today. Haven't looked into it.
The
3.2.
inflation is to be slightly lower, like 0.1% than the previous one.
Then of course we see a nice risk on move. Yeah? What that means for gold is the question always. Huh?
Yeah, I really have no idea. Like every other Forex pair, I know almost exactly what's going to happen if, you know, the numbers come in this and this way. It's going to go, you know, up and down. But gold, it's like, I don't know. It's very difficult in this scenario to understand what's driving gold. Anyway, this is the trade that I've just entered. We got the double bottom here. Looking at the 5 minutes, we are coming down and we're hitting this support level right here. So basically, this is a very cool thing I like to do with the fibs, you know, the reload zone. I like to go from the low to the high, and I want to long whenever we hit that long reload zone, and then I want to TP at the around the 0.618 of this down move, which is in this case nowhere near my TP, but in this case it would actually be up here. And now that I think about it, that's actually that would be the range high area. So I'm actually going to increase my TP all the way up here to the 0.618, which would be above those highs. Yeah, I like that. Let's do that.
I
it's now about a one.
Well,
You enter long.
Yeah, I entered long.
Nice. All right. So Dirk, now it's all up to you.
Oh, guys, no, really, don't force me into a position now. I'm doing so nicely on this evaluation account. I don't want to screw it up.
How long have you been trading, Dirk? It's over 25 years, right?
26 years. This is my
26
year 26.
years.
Yeah. Well, if you say trading, people probably have in their head now I'm like scalping charts up and down for 26 years. This is not it. My main portfolio is a long-term portfolio. I'm more of a strategic, long-term, fundamental investor. However, like for a small portion, of course, especially in cryptocurrencies, I like to scalp the markets also, and it's working beautifully. And yeah, since how long now? 3 weeks, you guys forced me into trading gold. Not you guys, but our dear audience forced me into trading gold as well. So I'm becoming, alongside you, as it seems, a gold bug now.
Yeah, it's I mean, it's an interesting market. There's a lot of volatility. I mean, on the lower time frames, it seems like a scalper's paradise, really.
It seems also it's a very technical market. I have a feeling like
Yeah.
we have a lot of people looking at the same price action indicator stuff. So I would assume you probably see a lot of. How is that actually? I bet at the 5ers you have a lot of people also trading gold, no? On evaluation and
Like
funded accounts.
yeah, everywhere. Like everywhere, there's everyone's
Yeah.
trading gold everywhere.
Yeah.
Gold
popular
is gold and Euro USD. It's the most popular asset, and it's all. Well, the thing is, okay, so gold has some of the biggest payouts and also some of the most lost accounts.
Of course, because
Like,
it's volatile.
Yeah, people like volatile assets, right? But you need to be able to handle it not only technically, I think, but also mentally.
Yeah.
And it's very easy to go into the FOMO as well, where it moves so much, right? And take a trade, not because it's actually your trade and a good position that you would take normally, but because someone posted a big payout on gold, a good trade that they caught today. So.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people probably also tend to overtrade it or have like a too large position size, like underestimate what does it really mean. You know, if you see gold going up from 2,900 to 2,920, yeah, and then they are trading like with half a lot or something like this, and don't realize, hey, you know, this is like very quickly 1 or 2% risk I'm taking just on a small move already there.
Yeah.
Okay, so we got gold breaking above the double bottom here on the 1 minute, and it seems to be potentially a fake out. Well, on the 1 minute,
I'm going short now. I'm going short.
Really?
Yes.
My God, Dirk, what are you doing?
Messing with your head.
You're really going short. You said I'm not going to be trading today. I'm not going to be trading today. Then you're trading against me.
I have a very. I'll choose a very tight stop loss, but we have a confluence level right now. Almost all the EMAs, at least the ones I'm looking at, are clustered together in one point. I think there's a good chance, at least, that we go like $2, $3, $4 into the opposite direction again. Going to have a stop loss here at 2,919 though.
I have quite a stop loss to this, so my stop loss is like almost $10 for this intraday positions, swing position. So I'm good. Even if you hit your take profit, they're gonna $3, $4. I think I'm gonna be okay with that.
Yeah. That's it. Don't let me influence you. Not at all. That's not what I want to do.
Well, I think this looks good though. I'm gonna ignore the fact that you're going short, and I'm gonna be also ignoring the fact that you're gonna be losing money today. And
it's a trade I won't normally do, no, but I chose like a very, very, very small position size, so it's just for the fun. As I said already on Monday, also, you know, a lot of the stuff, probably maybe that counts for you, at least for me, it's true that I would be showing here live are not trades that I would consider under normal circumstances. But since we want to do live trading, you know, you gotta go to a spot that feels uncomfortable sometimes.
Yep. And a quick comment. We have some people in the comments saying that we can't trade and they should go and watch his live stream as well. It's just you're not. I'm gonna remove those comments. It's just to make sure we're on the same page here. It's like, oh, these guys can't trade. Come watch me trade. See inflation data live. Yeah, good luck with that. All right,
Trading
so
in late. See, we're coming down. I told you.
God,
No,
this is not what I wanted to see. Okay, I'm gonna close one of the positions here.
no. I don't want to influence you, please.
You're not influencing me. It's just that I gotta start closing positions as soon as they start going against my ideas, and as soon as we break below this level, I'm out, because now it's a beautiful break and retest, right? But if we break below this level, then the whole idea is invalidated. The whole idea is gone. So I'm going to close one of the positions in profit right there. So you see that wick right there. We have that wick, and then we have another wick, and then we have a big candle to the downside. So this does not look. There's not a lot of strength here. We need to see this candle pushing up, and if we can't see that candle pushing up, then there's no real strength here, and then I will close the trade. But that's what we're seeing. So now we got some strength coming back into the market, and we'll see if we can reach that profit target above. I'm gonna lower that profit target. It's going to be a very small win, but I would rather take a small win here than letting a trade run that I am not. Actually, you know what? I'm going to let this run. I am going to let it run, and I'm going to trail my stop loss up instead. That's a much better. Actually, no. Look at the 50 minute.
It kind of reminds me actually of what you said on Monday, and it worked out well there, no?
Well, I'm very surprised that you remember what I said on Monday.
I do,
because I do not.
When I hear you like this, I think it's almost exactly what you said on Monday, Like, oh, no, I have to, like, the market structure change, I have to get out now. No, I'm going to stay in this trade. I think you have to commit to your initial plan here. It's a good chance.
No, I don't think, I think when I'm trading on the lower time frames, I feel like I'm not supposed to be too committed to the plan, because the way I see it is, I'm trading this setup based on, God, MetaTrader is so horrible. I'm trying to show you guys things, and I don't even know what tools to use. I can't even draw on the chart or anything. So I took this trade based on the double bottom here, and that's the setup that I saw that price action, and I entered the setup based on that. But I also saw what would potentially become of this double bottom, and that would be a move up, a move down. I'm going to close this now. So a move up, a move down, and then straight up here. That's the trade, and we're lagging behind. So
but it
I
makes
don't like
sense
this.
Still, no? It's like the W structure you see there with a double bottom, and I've seen you trading this before, and it worked out very well. So there's a good chance I might be the one being wrong here.
I'm still holding on to my bias. It wasn't invalidated. I'm staying in.
Yeah. Can you tell me a little bit about your setup, Anastasia? Because I've heard you are more a volume-based trader, right?
Yeah, I am. It's not the perfect setup.
Totally outside of my scope of experience. That's why I'm really, really nosy.
Okay, I need to remove. Okay, this is it. I figured it out.
I'll be back in a minute, guys. See you soon.
See you, Jonatan. Yeah, I do trade volumes and I do trade footprint. So I normally use that as platform for futures analysis, and then I transfer it into CFD. Some people find it more difficult, so I'm complicated it for myself, but I've been trading it for quite a couple of good years, so I guess I get used to it. It's more difficult if someone just starts to explain how to transfer this data from Forex, from futures to CFD. Yeah. But volumes I also can look at on my trading view, preferably futures anyway, but I'm gonna open it later. And then
on gold, it's sometimes difficult with volumes, I think, no? It's like
actually, I wouldn't say that. I would say that it's a little more difficult with Forex pairs because they tend to consolidate more and then they move a lot.
No, I meant like getting real volume data, for example. Like on most Forex pairs, it's like tick-based data. I don't know how it is with gold. Like to really see true volume there.
Yeah, the thing is with futures, right? It's just collecting the whole data from the exchange.
Yeah.
So on Forex, I only trade majors, the same as for example, for futures. So I only trade Euro futures, Pound futures, AUD futures, right?
Okay.
Canadian.
Makes sense, yeah.
And then I transfer it to Forex. So all the minor pairs I don't trade because indeed I cannot really check my volumes there and it's not really relevant. So everything that I can transfer from futures, I do transfer it for CFD and Forex. What I see here is that one of my setups is essentially, I'm going to draw the schematic one, and then I'm going to show it where it is right now. So normally, if the price consolidates, one consolidation is essentially the volume accumulation. That's where the majority of the volume usually is, with some rare exceptions. So one of the setups that I trade is that the price goes into consolidation, right? It consolidates for a while, and then it exits the consolidation and it comes back into the point of control of the same consolidation. So I check where the maximum volumes are, and then I trade from the point of control of that consolidation. The similar setup, a little different, is based on the impulse. So I have some kind of impulse, and then I find where the majority of the volume is inside of this impulse. So I place my volume profile over the whole move to the upside and selecting the moves without the bigger corrections. And then I'm waiting for the price to come back to the volume cluster. And then from there, I will be looking for the continuation of the trend. So both of the setups, this is a kind of breakout setup from the consolidation, but instead of trading from the support to resistance, I'm trading from the volume zone. And this is more of the determining the size of the correction. So if the price makes an impulsive move, then the size of the pullback or correction can be determined by, where the majority of the volume was distributed during this move to get the liquidity out and then continuation. And I trade this both directions, and this is two setups from what I'm using. And what I see on gold here is essentially this is our consolidation here. So when the price moved to the downside, right, this was the first. I could have taken sells from here. I didn't, because I would prefer for the price to exit more, and then so I didn't take the sells. But what I'm looking at here is that the price was able to break above these volumes. This is the majority of the volume from this consolidation. So we broke to the upside, and now we corrected here. So I could already be buying here. I missed it yesterday, so I completely didn't expect to get long again today. But what it did today is, again, the similar situation. So we had the impulsive move, we had the correction, we had the exit from this correct consolidation, and now it's coming back. So this is exactly the same, this thing that I'm trying to trade here for gold. So exactly this. We are consolidating, exit, pullback, and continuation. And this is what I'm expecting. CPI isn't necessarily helping here today. So I would prefer if obviously we didn't have news. We didn't have news today, so that would be more helpful, of course. And I usually wait for the price to exit more. So I wait about 70% of the consolidation at a breakout and then take a buy.
Yeah.
But with gold, if it's 70% out, the thing about it is that it usually never comes back anymore to the same level.
That's the thing. Like Jonatan said earlier, with gold, once it starts running, it starts running. But it's very interesting, actually. And I don't know why I never looked really into this. Never occurred to me to kind of combine like these areas of high volume together with natural support and resistance to determine your entry, or maybe later on also exit points. I find that very interesting. I have to
it is
watch more when you are online. I love that, it's never ceases to amaze me that even after all this time doing this stuff, like that there are still always new things to learn and new ways to look at the markets. By the way, guys, let me now. Let me quickly. I moved my stop loss now to break even on the gold trade.
Well, look. So now my screen isn't showing. What is this?
Wait. I'm trying to show my screen.
Okay, let me just say this. Do you see this? Do you all see this? It would have hit
Yes.
my stop loss if I didn't close it. So are you now in profit?
I am in profit.
And you removed your screen again. So what you need to do is you have to remove my screen again before adding yours.
I'm just trying to find the right window here.
Okay.
Which is my... Oh, come on. Where is... here it is. This one I wanted to show. So I need to remove you and add myself. Here we go. So
Jonatan,
what I did now is, as I said, like it's
Sorry?
just a very small position. I moved it to break even. And if it continues to the downside, probably going to close it somewhere in the area down here. So where we made our last lows. If it continues higher now and does the rebound, so it was a fake out to the side, it continues into Jonatan's direction. Well, then I'm going to be stop out somewhere at break even. So my entry was 16.59. I put the stop loss at 60 now. So everything good, can go where it wants to go.
Right. Okay. So I want to go long again. Is what
So
I'm going to do.
You're in profit, Jonatan. You're opening a new trade. I'm at break even now, so it's still interesting.
We are all over the place today.
Yeah, I'm gonna open a new position here. Okay, 1, 1, 1. Okay, let's do it. Got that one. Right. Okay. So this is the trade now. This is what we have. So you can see here the profit on this account today is minus 16. I've taken 4 trades. And if you look at last time I traded gold, I had about 25 trades, but ended up with 1% plus on in profit. So what I did there was have many small losses because I'm closing the trades as soon as the trade goes against me. And if you see here on the 1 minute on MetaTrader, it might not make a lot of sense, but if I switch to the 5 minute and I add a horizontal level here, then maybe it starts to make a little bit more sense. So basically what I'm doing here is I'm trading the range. I'm buying support and I'm selling resistance. Now, it might be a fake out below the support, then I get stopped out, or it's going to be actual support. And when we break this level to the downside, we have a very good opportunity to short gold all the way down to perhaps this area or the area below. And if we add a fib from this low to that high, we do see that we have the 50 here, and we also have the reload zone in a very good area right here. So as long as we trade above this area, then I want to be long and I want to kind of trade the range. But if we break down, I'm ready to flip short, and that short trade might be quite a high risk to reward trade. So I'm hoping that might be the trade that is gonna push the equity up today. But we'll see. We got CPI. So
what do you think about USDJPY right now?
USDJPY. Okay, I gotta go to trading view for that.
Because I'm just entering, well, placing the limit order actually.
I believe that we don't have any rules for any rules of that. I mean, you're not allowed to do like high frequency trading, I believe. So I guess there's some rule, but I don't think you can open and close a trade within seconds. I don't believe that's the problem. Why the fib? There is no break of structure. Laughing out loud is useless. The fib there. Well, okay. Not sure how to answer that, but you might be right. Okay, moving on. USDJPY. What do we have here in terms of USDJPY? Oh, there's a lot of lines on here. Okay, let's remove some stuff. Well, I do think that from what I see here, it seems like we might have a break and retest of this level on the daily. And this is the daily move here. If we can add a 50. I would say that this probably is a good area to look for shorts. So looking at this structure here, where do I have that curved thing right there? Okay, so looking at this structure, we do have something like this, where we kind of broke above here. So the local structure looks bullish because we have kind of like a rounded bottom, and we might see a retest of that support for a move higher. But that's kind of like on the lower time frames. No, I don't know, man. I don't know what to say about this. I feel like I'm not ready to go long because we're at daily resistance, but I'm also not ready to go short because the local structure is quite bullish, I would say. What do you think? What do you think about that?
I am looking for the short. I actually did place my limit order right now already. So I'm gonna, 1 second, share my screen. Reshare it again. Okay, yeah, there we go. There we go. So what I'm looking at here is the same structure that you showed on the daily, right? So I'm looking for this, but a little bit higher because I'm not looking from it from the perspective of the lows and highs, but from the volume. And we had a very huge volume zone here and right here again. So when the price was breaking through this previous high, right here, this one, it created a more consolidation again. So to break, it was accumulating lots of volume before it was able to break through. Then we had another reaction on the same level here. And then if we go lower, we had another reaction on this side. So the price actually, again, pulled back to the upside from here. So here we see, once again, consolidation before it broke through. Now, if you take exactly the same setup we were just talking about with Dirk when you were busy, Jonatan, here we had the impulsive move to the downside. And now I placed my volume profile over the whole move to the downside from the highest swing to the last low. One of my big volume zones will be right here, this one. And this is also the point of control of the previous week. So my zone of the rejection will be this high volume node. I'm going to be looking for the price to reject from here. My stop loss is going to be above that. And I want to see the price going back to, let's say, a little higher, about 360, 370. Oh, that was actually the wrong place here. 570. Yeah, so about something like this, 575, 630 here, back to the previous point of control of the month. So the monthly point of control of March right now, it's 640. So hopefully the price can come back there down on today's inflation data. So is the inflation gonna be on my favor, and I'm gonna have this huge win here, pretty big one because it's 117 pips right now. It's about 1 to 2 reward I'm looking for, but I'm gonna be adding to the winners if the price does go in my direction. And if not, and CPI kicks me out, then it is what it is. But it actually is my setup, and it's even a lot better than what I was when I'm looking at the gold. I'm still in buy for gold, and now I placed the sell limit for USDJPY. I wanted to go a little bit higher, so 805 my sell limit order is. Let's see if it's gonna get there.
All right, let me do something here. So we got a poll in the comments, and I want you all to go vote. Is this a buy or is this a sell? Okay, I got to work on that one. That's not looking perfect, but Go to the comment section and vote in the poll. Is USDJPY a buy or a sell? And let us know also, why do you think it's a sell, or why do you think it's a buy? Let's see what you guys come up with in the comments. Let's see what we have right now. I like that. I really like that, the volume profile. So I need to look into this. I need to look into the idea of using the volume profile on tick volume. Now, USDJPY is not available as futures, is it? It is. It is. Okay, so let's compare that move.
Yeah,
guys, I gotta make a move. Pleasure being with you again today here, and let's see if like gold continues lower. I'm quickly going to comment later on the chat once I close the position or once it's stopped out. Take
Awesome.
care.
And make sure that you go into the comments, Dirk, and post your link to your YouTube as well, the good, the bad, and the Bitcoin, so that all can go in and subscribe to your YouTube channel as well.
Thank you. Thank you. Take care. Good luck, everybody. Bye-bye.
Thanks.
Pleasure to meet you. So USDJPY is available as a futures, but it's a negative correlation one because it's 6J. So it's basically JPY USD if you would put the opposite chart in.
Right.
So we need to look if it's actually confirming for a buy here for USDJPY to go down.
But maybe you can't you just flip the chart, Alt plus I on TradingView? If you hold Alt and then press I.
Wait a second. What is it on Mac? Alt plus.
Oh, good question.
It doesn't seem to.
Oh, let us. Right, there we go.
You just taught me something really cool. I've never knew that this is possible on TradingView. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. It's interesting because if you have a pair like that, then you just flip it and you get the same market basically.
Yeah, it actually is. Thank you so much. That is really helpful. So this is the futures on yen. And we can see pretty much similar situation, right? We have seen that one of the big volumes on monthly and weekly was here. So a little bit higher than USDJPY I'm looking at. So still, well, my sell limit is a little higher here. My stop loss is going to be above this week. So this makes sense. If it plays the volume profile over this whole move to the downside, wait, I need to change my settings for the volume profile here. Yeah. Does make sense still, because here we have the high volume node. A little worries of the futures market. Here is a point of control of this consolidation, so it does make sense. Based on futures, it might not necessarily come back to my entry point. It can drop immediately, but this is the zone for the reversal. So I would still be looking for the same thing, to be honest with you.
Because it looks. Yeah, it looks pretty much the same.
Yeah, that does look pretty much similar.
Yeah.
This is USDJPY. Say on 1 hour. And here is 6J on 1 hour. So yeah. Same thing I would be looking for. Take profit is same as well, because this is a monthly point of control. So this is about this candle. That's literally the same place. A couple of maybe ticks plus or minus always give some room before my volume zone for take profit, because I know sometimes it might miss it. Although we have really good spreads as the 5ers, but because I trade based on the futures, it's a little bit different with the price levels. But yeah, that's similar.
Right. Okay. So we actually have the results in here on if USDJPY is a buy or a sell. So very interesting. We got buy saying 51% and sell saying 58%. No, 48. Obviously, you can't have more than 100%. 48 and 51. So yeah, interesting to hear that it's almost 50-50 here. 51 plus 48 is 99. That does not add up. Interesting. Does not add up. Well, whatever. Doesn't matter. Anastasia, it looks like the dollar currency index has broken through the volume level and it's not stopping falling. What do you think? Yeah, I think I would like to look at the dollar currency index as well, because we...
Okay, well, I actually looked at that earlier today. So this is our dollar index. And well, if you look for the daily time frame, let me delete all of this so I can walk you through what I see here. So if you look at the dollar index, we will see the same range, right? And the first thing I'm going to be looking for is how the volume was distributed during this range, to be able to see, did we already break through the majority of the volume? Did we not? So what I was looking at in the morning, if we place the volume profile over this whole range, we're going to see that the majority of the volume was indeed above. So I am potentially looking for the continuation for the short for for the DXY dollar index, which makes sense. Why am I also looking for the USDJPY sell and gold buy, right? Because if the inflation gonna come out and gonna support the same movement and the DXY will keep falling, then both of these ideas should supposed to play out. Now, another high volume node is right where the price is rejecting from already. So this is it. But the majority of the volume, and we see that it's incomparably bigger volume, right? It's twice almost bigger volume than this one's, right? This is where the majority of the volume is. This is another high volume node, but definitely the bigger part is above of it. So if you look at the 4-hour time frame, we will see that the price did break through this. We already retested it even, so we don't necessarily need to go back there to retest the same majority of the volume from the consolidation, because we already had the retest from the downside here and from the upside again. So it already retested, it keeps falling. And we see that right now we already retested the high volume node on the bottom, came back up to the monthly point of control. The monthly point of control right now is right here for DXY. It even started already dropping from here, and right now it's rejecting back the same point of control, another point of control of the day, like here on 1 hour, it's right here. So I'm looking for the continuation to the downside on the DXY, and something I can, I'm personally something that I'm expecting, it's this zone to hold DXY prices. So either it's the fall from now, or perhaps a little higher and then the drop down. So, but I'm bearish on the DXY, and that's one of the reasons I'm looking for the USDJPY sells.
That makes a lot of sense.
It's going to depend on essentially the inflation that is going to come out today, because right before the CPI, technical aspect only plays so much role, right? So I might be completely wrong. If inflation is going to come out and completely, blow to the other side, then it is what it is. But I would be starting to look for the long DXY, because technically here it's nothing for me from the long side yet. So from the technical aspect, I would not go long on the DXY right now at all. The only things that I would be looking for is if we are above this zone again. So this majority of the volume is going to appear below the price, because this is going to be another high volume node now because the price is consolidated. And then I would look for the partial continuation back here. But until this happens, I'm short on the USDJPY and the DX index as well.
That makes sense. I do find that a lot of times when we find good setups on like USD pairs, we have news coming up the same day. So we'll look at and a lot of times I also see that now I've gone back and I looked at some statistics on this, and there is a higher probability of the market moving in the direction of what the technicals are telling us. So if we have CPI coming out when USDJPY, for example, is at resistance, then there is quite a good probability that price will move to the downside. The problem with the news events is that it's just too risky. It's just, the spreads and the slippage and everything, they increase so much that it's just not worth trying to trade that idea. But as a swing trader, I tend to ignore these high impact news events, and I just go with technicals. And usually if price hits a high time frame support, then there's news. Why is this person spamming the chat? Do you really think we're going to help you out if you're just spamming the chat? There's no need to spam, man. No need to spam at all. I am gladly helping you, but we need to make sure that we give everyone room here in the comments to make sure to ask all the questions. So we'll have to remove those comments. But yeah, so we got CPI coming up, and USDJPY is at resistance. The dollar currency index is at a resistance. So let's see. We also had a poll in the comments. I asked you all to see, do you think that the dollar currency index is going to find support here? And let's see what the results of that is. It seems that we have most of you saying maybe, but we need more confirmation. I think that's the best answer. We got 42% saying that maybe we need more confirmation, and 30% saying no. So it's kind of like split between yes, no, and maybe. I think that's a good approach to have, you know. To a maybe is always good. I'm gonna switch over to my gold.
Are you still holding it?
Yeah, I'm still long here on gold, and I like the fact that we're holding this support area right here, and I got my entry down here. It's on the 5-minute. I gotta go in, and I really gotta change the color of this rectangle. Now you can't see the color. The what should I change it to? It's too dim gray. Ah, there we go. That's better. That's much better.
Now
Okay,
we can
so
see.
we're see. Yeah, now you can actually see what I'm doing here. So we do have some strength coming in here. I quite like what I'm seeing here. Going to the 1 minute. This is what I want to see. But if we can't break above this level, then obviously I'll have to look at potentially closing this position. But getting above this level, then I do like what I'm seeing here. Let's see. It's
Gold still.
Guys, let us know in the comment if you do have anything that you're trading today, and if there's anything you want us to look at, or any trades that you're looking to take. Let us know. It will go down. Maybe you're right. Maybe you're wrong. Yes, sir. It might go down. But are you saying it will go down, or are you saying it might go down? That's a big difference, man. It's a big difference, because if you tell me it's going to go down, then I need to close this trade. I need to close this trade. Maybe you have some information that I don't have. Sorry, come again.
We had some questions about EU and GU. Do you have anything you're looking at for those two?
Well, let's take a look. I'm going to switch over to Trading View, because I wish I could show you guys my setup here, but I do have MetaTrader always open here on the right screen, and then I'm doing analysis at the same time on Trading View. Okay, so EU. I mean, I'm obviously. I mean, you would be crazy not to at least think about shorts here. I mean, you look at this and you're thinking, at some point, it's going to pull back. Okay, it from the low of this move to the high, that's almost 600 pips. Okay, we had two daily candles giving us 325 pips. This is so overextended that you would be crazy not at least thinking about longs. Now I'm not saying short. Crazy not thinking about shorts. I'm not saying short here. What I'm saying is you zoom out and look at the overall structure of this market, and to me your use is very, very clear. I believe that the move that we had here is just the same as the move we had here. Basically the same reaction and the same type of move. It's just that it happened on this general area here. And if we look at the low of this move, it did reach all the way up here for a 1,300 pips to the upside. Now, we don't know if this move is going to be that big, and I don't think so. There is, of course, the possibility of price continuing up to the range high. And at that point, you got to think, when was the last time Euro USD traded above this level? That was in 2021 or 2022. So you got to be, it's the chances of Euro USD pulling back above that level is quite high. And remember as well, this was when Donald Trump got elected. So this is a very important psychological area for traders. And what I'm doing now for Euro USD is I'm looking to initiate short position, but I obviously need confirmation. And then today you have CPI, you have the inflation data today, which might be the catalyst that creates that rejection. So if you look at the 4-hour, this is still a very strong uptrend. This is still a very strong uptrend. You have, not only do you have that impulse move, but you have an uptrend forming after that impulse move. You might come down here and move higher. If that happens, then we should be looking for longs from this level up to that level. But what I'm looking for is something perhaps like this.
Well, that if
go short,
essentially.
Yeah. So a break in either direction would tell me to trade this. Now, for an intraday trade, we have to go down. So we have this in mind. So where are we trading right now? We're trading inside a local uptrend, but in the resistance area that is probably one of the most important resistance area for Euro USD within this range. This is the, and if we're going to use the volume profile, we can see that we're probably going to have that point of control right there. So that is a very important area for Euro USD. And I believe it's going to be the same on the futures market as well.
Yeah, it's the same exact thing.
Yeah, so right here we have that. Yeah, and this was actually my TP, but I missed whatever. I don't like looking at that chart because I missed that move quite massively. But that's what I'm looking for. So we have to go into the lower time frames to see if there's any possibility of finding an intraday trade. And what I see here from Euro USD is obviously that level. Go down to the 5 minute, the 1 minute. Yeah, I might actually take a trade here because it looks quite obvious here. See if I can pull up the chart here quickly. I'll show you what trade that would be. Okay, so into the 1 minute here. We're gonna go short. Stop loss should be here. Why can't I move that? Okay, stop loss should be here. Going with 0.5. We're shorting that. Now we can adjust the TP for this. The might be a quick stop out on this one, but I want to TP. Where do I want to TP? I want to TP here. Let me see, what price is that? 89.84. Could be one of the quickest stop outs. Let's see, but that's the trade. Now I will quickly secure this trade as soon as we perhaps break below this level right here.
You're so concentrated when you scalp. You become like so serious.
Yeah, well, it's you gotta be quick.
Yeah, you gotta be really quick. I cannot do that.
Let's see.
I am this GU that someone was asking about in the chat. I've been looking for shorts for like really long time. I actually did miss my swing short entry, to be quite honest with you. Do you mind if I share my screen?
Yeah, go ahead.
My short entry for GU was 29,560, and that was like for the swing. But right now it pulled back up. So I'm going to be waiting with this one for inflationary data. Now, if I'm going to be completely wrong with my USDJPY in gold, and this means that my GU is actually going to break through the previous volume zone. Because if we look at that, let's say without indicators, that's my volume zone right here, right? To make it really a little bit cleaner. So these two zones is my volume zone right here. So if you break through this on inflationary data and the other two are completely stopped out, this is something that I'm going to be looking for. So that's a plan B for me for today in the afternoon when CPI is out. If GBP USD breaks 29,135, I already have my alert here placed, and the candle closes below. Now, when I say the candle closes below, I'm waiting for 15 to 30 minute candle to close below, at least 15-minute one. And if it closes here, I'm going to be looking for the short pullback and looking for the really like quite a big swing for GBP USD. And at the minimum, I'm going to be looking for the same levels here. So at least 800, but that's something where I'm going to be moving my stop loss to break even at this zone. And then my next volume zone is going to be right here. And this is my TP. So I'm going to be looking for approximately like 120 pips swing, perhaps even 190 if we go back here. So that's going to be something I'm looking for GBP USD. That's my plan B for today. And I agree, like I was looking for the same thing for EU, what you were shown earlier, but EU actually did break my sell levels. So it's now above them. I didn't go short there because I missed both of them completely. I had like a crazy 2 past weeks, so I completely missed out on that. But EU, I don't like, I agree with you. If it breaks down, I'm going to be probably looking for short as well. And GU is something that I'm really waiting for. So if my USDJPY and gold hit stop losses, I'm not going to feel bad because this one is going to be active. And this is a really good swing, which without adding any positions to it, it's approximately 1 to 5.5 risk reward. And I'm always adding to winners. So if it goes in profit, I think it's going to be a really good one.
Yeah, it does look really good. We got gold. Let me just quickly switch over. Can add, just show you guys. We got some development here. So we do have gold potentially starting to push to the upside here. So this is on the 5-minute, and you see your USD here on the 1 minute. Now, obviously,
wait, we cannot see it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, of course. I gotta remove yours first. Right. So we got gold potentially pushing up here. We got this is the 5 minutes. We got 1 minute left till this 5-minute kind of closes, and if we do close here, I think we are good to go to the upside. And the Euro USD is obviously not looking as good because we're finding support here. And the idea to short Euro USD was to see this move, that move, and then this is straight down. So I wanted to see price going straight down. Now it's slowly but surely getting invalidated, which means if we break above that low time frame, like consolidation area right here, I will have to close this trade, because now it looks like it's finding too strong support here on the lower time frames. So this is the for me, this is the difference between swing trading and scalping, or just trading on the lower time frames. The fact that when I'm swing trading, I very rarely manage my trades. I can manage my trades, once a day or a couple of times every week. But if I'm scalping, I gotta close the positions as soon as I see that the setup that I entered is no longer valid. I gotta act very quickly when making decisions. What is VAAH?
This is value area high. It's value area. Value area is 70% of the volume. Well, by default, if you don't change the settings of the whole volume profile. So if you place your volume profile, value area is about 70% of the volume that was traded in this whole selected zone that you chose. Or let's say if it's by default, then by day, 70% of the day, of the week, and so on. And value area has its borders. So value area high and low. The high one is the highest, like the highest limit to the highest price of the 70%. The value area low is on the bottom. Some people use it for trading purposes. So they actually actively use it to enter trades. To be honest with you, don't. But again, it depends on the system, because I know a lot of traders who do use it actively, right?
Maybe you can show that if you know.
Yeah, sure. 1 second.
Someone says stop loss hit. Well, not my stop loss. But
no, not mine either. Wait, value area high of the week is the support now.
I'm gonna add your screen.
This is for what? This is for Euro USD, I think.
I believe we're. Yeah.
Yeah, for Euro USD. Okay, let's have a look at that. This is my monthly, not this one. This is weekly. So we add our volume profile for the week. Let's wait until it's uploading. Trading queue is a little slow.
Yeah, sometimes it's lagging. I get the problem as well.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening with it. There we go. Okay, that's better. Value area high of the week. Well, if we are looking at the current week, that we are actually on the value area low right now. This is the current week volume profile. And the bright area, basically, this is a current week. So the past 2.5 days, right? We are Monday, Tuesday, and half of Wednesday. Let's count. If this is a value area, then we are right now actually at the value area low of the current week, unless you're talking about the different week, right? Because at the value area low, we are now, and if it would be trading using value area high or low, right now, that would be a resistance, in fact, because this is a value area low, the price went below it, and now pulling back to the upside. So this is, again, value area low, let's say like this, to make it a little more visible. So the price went actually down below it and retesting it. The same is happening with the current daily point of control. So on 1 hour, it's right here, the current daily point of control. Unless you're talking about the different value area, let's say if we are counting like from the last year already, because this is a level that the price has reached only in November 2024 last time. And here is actually none of them. So this is a 1 week of November. And if you are talking about this, then this was a value area low, but the price already retested that. So if there was any volume, that it was already taken when the price actually created the lows and got back to the upside. So I don't think necessarily there is anything left from there. So I don't I wouldn't take it as valid. Again, it depends on the approach, but I don't see any support here for right now.
Someone is saying that the short is still inverted. I think is it? No, it's not. Is it?
Yes,
Right.
it is.
Yeah,
Okay.
because I'm yeah. Right.
Jonatan, it's because you said invert. That was my okay. That was completely okay. Now that is value very high.
Sometimes I do that as well, and it's so weird. It's so weird when you're looking at a chart and it's just inverted, and you don't understand what's happening.
Thank God. I you guys said it in the chat, because imagine I would take the trade.
Yeah.
I would be like, nice, you're short right now.
Yeah. And it's actually working out as well. That would be best. Oh wow, yeah.
Support in that. Then it's opposite, right? Then it's support. But this is why this makes sense now, right? Because if I'm looking for the GBP USD short, then Euro USD is again, if only if we break through some of the structure and volumes before, but that makes sense now. That's much better.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm still I'm looking at EU here, and I'm getting ready to perhaps close that position.
Which one?
EU. I'm short EU, but it seems like it's about to perhaps trade higher. Yeah, I gotta close that one. Okay, so I'm closing Euro USD. I'm keeping gold open. Yeah, Euro USD is moving higher now. Oh wow, that was a good close. It would have almost hit my stop loss there. Got lucky on that one.
See your chart again. Wait, I'm gonna add your. There we go.
So I had my stop loss here, and I closed the position here. So as soon as we had price coming higher, I closed that trade. So that was a good close, and that's what I see is that's what I need to do. When trading like this, as soon as I see that idea being perhaps invalidated, I need to think about closing the position as soon as possible. Now I don't really see much on Euro USD.
No, I don't see right now anything for Euro GBP USD. I think they're gonna be approximately the same level for the next 2.5 hours until CPI is left. On USDJPY, I'm still waiting for my pending order to be active. It's just what is it even? 10 pips now left, 13 pips until my entry point, and I'm still holding this gold buy. It's still ranging there. If it's gonna, if it's not gonna move anywhere closer to CPI, I'm gonna close it, let's say around 2 o'clock in about 2 hours. Don't really feel like holding it through the CPI, to be quite honest.
Someone's saying that CPI is in 27 minutes, but that's not right. It's in 1 hour and 30 minutes, right?
It's in 2 hours and 30 minutes.
No, 1 hour, 30 minutes.
CPI is always at. Wait, did we?
There's a time shift. There's a
time. 1 hour and 30.
They switched time zones. So for the next 2 weeks or so, we're gonna be
3 weeks,
out of sync. Yeah.
3 weeks though.
That's quite important to.
I really can't stand this. Usually it's about 1 week a year, one week in autumn and 1 week in spring when they are out of sync with the US market. And this time is 3 weeks that they shifted, and the other one is not going to shift for 3 weeks. It's so confusing. And then 3 weeks later you need to shift again. It's shifted in your head to be able to not make these mistakes anymore. Crazy.
Yeah, it is quite confusing, and it's every year, and it's just as confusing every year. Okay, can you check US 100? Yeah, well, I can. Do you usually look at the indices?
Yeah, I do.
Maybe you can look at it then.
Okay, yeah, sure. Wait, let me shift my screen. I did look at indices. I was having a really nice short yesterday on actually the S&P 500. This is Nasdaq right now. I looked at them in the morning, but I'm gonna be waiting for the CPI. I'm gonna show you what I see, and then why I'm actually looking for CPI, right? So again, if we look at the high time frame, this is a daily time frame. Let me turn off the volume profile. If you look at the high time frame, if you look how the volumes were distributed on this move to the upside, well, let's wait until it uploaded. But essentially, the majority of the volume we will see now is going to be above the price. There we go. So literally where the price is right now, right? So it's right here. So I'm waiting for the price to retest this and show me the signs of being bearish potentially, and go back down. Now on CPI, it might shift. This is why I'm waiting for the CPI, because I don't like when the price is right at the volume. Let's say it would be right now much lower. Let's say it would be right here somewhere, and then it would be pulling back. Then I would definitely go short here. But since we are very close to the volume after the previous huge drop, and we did have the retest already yesterday, and this is where I was putting on because it had exactly the same structure. I don't like the fact that it came back to it. So I'm either waiting for the CPI to show me the signs of weakness again, and for the price to drop below the today's volume here. So either below this, and I'm going to be shorting it in the beginning of the New York session, on the opening of New York after the CPI, or if it's going to show the longs, then I'm going to be looking for something like this towards the previous consolidation here. So it's going to depend already on the CPI. Right now, I don't see anything. And to be quite honest with you, based on what I have experienced with indices, it's most likely going to stand there until the CPI. I don't think it's going to move anywhere. We see the past hours, it didn't really move anywhere. And before the CPI, usually people pull out the money out of the market, and it starts moving like 15 minutes before CPI and the manipulation. So I'm gonna be patient until that. But my TP, if it's gonna break it above, it's gonna close above like 15-30 minutes candle, I'm gonna be looking for the TP at the previous consolidation. So what is it? Depending on the entry, of course, but somewhere around 350 ticks, which is a pretty good one. So, and then this is Nasdaq, and for S&P 500, I was shorting it yesterday here. Right here, I had my short. I did have to close it earlier because I'm expecting it to go here, and this is the same exact principle as this Nasdaq that I'm waiting for. So if we look at the high time frame for S&P 500, then we will see exactly the same thing. We came back towards the previous high volume node from where I was shorting it yesterday. I don't like that we came back there again. I would prefer my short, obviously, to work out yesterday and had a clean move. But once again, I'm waiting for the CPI. Either we're going to close below this consolidation and I'm going to keep shorting it from like this, or it's going to come out strong and we're going to close above the previous daily point of control. That's about the level 56, 54. I'm going to place my alert here and right here. And depending which level we're going to break, I'm going to be looking for the continuation. So if we break above this, I'm going to be looking for the long. It's the same exact setup as Nasdaq. That's why I usually trade only one index at a time. I never trade and Nasdaq and S&P 500 and Russell, because it's pretty much similar. They have different moves sometimes, but majority of the time it's at least a similar direction. So I'm either looking here or I'm looking to the continuation to the downside, with my profit for long being 57.27 and take profit for short from 55.12 to 54.75.
Nice, I like that. I like how you're utilizing the alerts as well in TradingView. It's a very, very powerful way of using the alerts. Putting them at levels where if price moves in that certain way, you're interested in the market. Okay, Gold is running quite nicely here. So just to update you on the position, I added a new position here on gold, because if you look at the 1 minute here, we have now created a solid structure here within these lows. We have created higher lows. We've created a rounded structure here. You can see like that. You have that lower lows, and then it forms into higher lows. And we're now approaching that resistance area. And if we break above this level, I think at that point it's time to start securing the trade. So I now have 2 positions on this, and I still have my TP up here at the same area. So if this trade hits TP, then I'll be I believe up around 1% on the day. So many small losers, and then eventually a nice winner. I'm gonna put a level right there, because that's the level where if we break above, I might move stops up, or even stops to entry or below that low at least. Yeah, interesting.
I'm still holding my gold. I'm not ending it for now. I wanted to break slightly higher, but my TP is also, higher than yours. So for me, it's more of a intraday / swing, perhaps until tomorrow, than a scalp. So I'm waiting. I'm waiting.
Yeah, let's see. Well, so where is your TP again?
My TP is the first one 29.30, and the second one is 29.39.
29.30. Okay, so it's quite high.
Yeah, and then 29.39.
All right, so it's at the very top of the structure. No, it's even higher.
It's higher.
31 or 39.
Waiting for the previous structure. If you look at it from the hourly perspective, hourly time frame, looking at the top of the previous consolidation.
Right.
So
okay.
Your mouse is right now at this tops I'm looking for.
Well, that makes sense.
Yeah, this one, and then where your red line is above. This is my second TP, 29.39.
Okay. Very big move. Let's see if we get that. That would be definitely quite interesting.
Let's see. My USDJPY is trying to get to the entry already. The third time it's getting closer there. Still didn't activate my sell limit, but it is what it is. Someone said in the chat that trading is a waiting game. It really is, right? It really is. It's about really knowing what you want, I think, and taking only the trades that are truly yours. That you would take even if no one would ever see it, just based on your system and your analysis. So especially with US market, right? If there was CPI news coming out, the inflation coming out today, most likely the US market is really not going to do anything much until news are out. It just is what it is. For example, for the NFP Friday, I don't trade the whole half of the second half of Thursday and the whole half of Friday until the NFP is released. Sometimes I don't even trade Thursday at all, because based on my observation, already Thursday the price starts consolidating, and it doesn't get out of this consolidation until the NFP, or even sometimes Monday after NFP. And trying to break your head against the wall, trying to catch the moves that are not there, are just destroying your economy. You might be 1,000 times right, but if the price is stuck inside of consolidation and it's not ready to move, most likely you're going to get a whole bunch of stop losses instead of waiting until the price actually confirms, hey, right now I'm good to go, and right now it's time to enter the trade. Like I had it before when I was right, But being right about the direction doesn't really yet mean that you will be able to catch this move, because knowing the direction and being able to profit from it are two completely different things. And I think patience plays such a huge role in that.
Yeah, you know what I do usually is when I look for to enter like swing positions, I want to buy a small position when it hits my area of interest, but then I wait for confirmation. I wait for the I wait for price to basically do the thing that I wanted to do for me to see that trade turn out to be a good trade, and then I keep adding adding to that trade, basically buying strength and selling weakness. So I think that's super important. Just like you said, it's quite easy to know in what direction the market most likely is going to go. I mean, if you're in a uptrend, then you could say that the direction is up, and it most likely is. But then, as you said, it's difficult to make money on that. That is it's very difficult, and that's where you have to have your system and rules.
Yeah.
50%, like we have here, 50% knowing the direction, and it's easy after some time, but the execution is way more tough than that. Yeah, it is. It really is. I think one of the biggest issue, I believe, is perhaps entering too early with too tight of a stop loss, and not zooming out and looking at the bigger picture. Because sometimes I see traders, they look at the 1 minute and they enter a position on the 1 minute with a very, very tight stop loss, and then if you go out to the hourly, you will see that stop loss is right on a support level. So I believe that it's best to perhaps start with a wide stop loss when you're not really sure where the bottom or the top will be, and then when you see price forming a bottom, you can start adjusting that stop loss, like what we have on gold right here. I mean, I entered long here, and then it went up, and then it went down, and I closed it, and then it kept going down, and I entered, I believe, one position here, and that was still a downtrend, right? But now we're forming a local uptrend, so I added a new position, and if we break above again, I will look at perhaps adding a new position. If we break out, I'll be adding a new position, and then I will move stop. Actually, no, I'm not going to add a new position. I already have two positions, so I'm happy with that.
Yeah, it's still struggling to break the same highs for now.
Yeah,
I think it might be a little too early to add some. Yeah. But I do relate to what you say, because I've seen a lot of traders who place a very tight stop loss just because they want to have a really good risk to reward, and they don't want to go low on the lot size because they are not going to make much. So they focus more on how much they're going to make from this trade than how much they can lose. And this completely blinds them, and they place a stop loss not where the idea is going to be invalidated, but just to at some level to at least have some kind of stop loss. But then of course it gets hit because your idea is still valid at this zone, right? It didn't invalidate it. It's still the zone where the price may reverse, and it hits it and goes into take profit just because they didn't want to have to sacrifice this like risk to reward to 1 to 4, 1 to 3 instead of going to 1 to 2, but having a better placement of the stop loss, initially. So I think it's so crucial,
Yeah, it's all about risk, like we talked about yesterday, the whole event yesterday, about risk management, and it's all about making sure that you're more focused on where you can lose in a trade than where you can actually gain from a trade. So now on gold, what we're seeing here is that the 1 minute structure that I entered this new position based upon is slowly but surely getting invalidated. So I will close that first position for a small win, and because now I'm not as confident in this as I was when I entered that first position, because now let's see, there is the 5 minute candle is going to close in like 5 seconds, and I don't like the wicks here on the 5 minute, and that 5 minute candle should close right now, and that also brings us quite a bearish candle on the 1 minute as well. Even though the trend is still somewhat all right, I still feel like we are getting closer and closer to the this is not, the context is important with patterns, so I wouldn't really say that this is a rising wedge, because it's not really in the right context of that. But we are reaching the apex of this wedge pattern, which means that it should break either to the upside or the downside in, I believe, the next couple of 1 minute candles. And if we do break to the downside, then I'm ready to get out of this long position, because as you can see here, we have only printed higher lows on the 1 minute, and now we're in the process of breaking that lower trend line and perhaps creating a lower low. And we also see on the 5 minute that price is very compressed here, with more wicks to the upside than the downside.
Someone is asking, Omi is asking, are we going to, wait, that's not it. Here, Hamu is asking, are we keeping gold positions through the CPI? I'm not going to keep it through the CPI, so I'm going to close it in about, well, what is that, 30, 40 minutes from now. I'm not really feeling like holding the gold through the CPI, because based on my experience, even if I'm going to be wrong, if I'm going to be right, there is a huge chance it's going to kick me out on the stop loss before going my direction, so I would prefer to re-enter. But I'm probably going to keep my USDJPY through the CPI, actually.
Yeah, so I just closed this one, got out of that one for a small loss. Now we can look at the history of today. I'm down $40. We do see that we have some winners and some losers, but I closed that one because we broke below that trend line. And now I think for me, I don't really have the time to enter any new trades leading up to CPI, because obviously I'm not going to hold any positions like this one through CPI, but I do have quite a few swing positions open that I will, of course, be holding through CPI, because in swing trading I don't really care about the news events. So we might see gold push higher here. We'll see. I would rather though take the loss on this one, because now price is just not really doing, yeah, I don't really like what price is doing now. Barry has a question. Since we're here an hour earlier now, Saul will be here 1 p.m. or 2. You're not 1 hour earlier. It's if in the US, you might be earlier, but we are still we're on the same time in GMT. It's only, I believe, America that is early. So it's going to be the same time. So if you're 1 hour earlier, then that means that Saul will come on 1 hour earlier as well. Okay.
I'm actually still looking for short on the longer time, or for long on the longer time frame for gold. I'm gonna share my screen again. I want to show one more thing that I was looking at right now. There we go. So this is futures on gold. So what I see here, this is a cumulative delta. So it accumulates essentially based on the asks and bids. So as we can see from this point on, when the gold created all-time highs, cumulative delta was consistently dropping. So it means that consistently we had more bids than asks, because it was constantly declining. Now, normally, obviously, by the price auction theory, the price should go down together with the amount of bids coming higher, right? Because if there are more bids, the price should be declining. What we see that, in fact, from that moment on, the price went up. So we had a divergence between the cumulative delta and the price, because from that moment on, the cumulative delta kept dropping, but the price kept going up, right? And right now it's stuck inside of the consolidation from this moment, whereas we had, again, the continuation to the downside and cumulative delta. Usually, if cumulative delta is going down and the price is consolidating or slightly going up, it means that majority of the big institutional market players don't want the price to go down. So they're allowing their traders to enter shorts with bid orders. This is why amount of bids is rising, but they are putting their buy limits as a support. So they're holding the price with a wall of buy limit orders here, not allowing it to drop. So just by this logic as well on the daily time frame, I'm still looking for the price to go actually up. So that's another argument for the long on gold. But I'm still not going to enter the CPI. I'm still going to close it, but I'm probably going to re-enter it if it breaks above. I'm going to re-enter this loan again because I really see the confirmations. But again, I don't like playing with it. I have this love-hate relationship with gold where I love how it moves, but to be able to catch it, sometimes it's really a trouble. So I'm not going to play with it. I'm not going to hold it.
Yeah, no. Gold is notorious for all the wicks and everything, especially through the high impact news events. It looks like I did exit gold at just the right time, looking at the lower time frames. I feel like now it's a waiting game. The market is just waiting for the CPI. There's not a lot of I don't really see any strong moves, It's probably going to come after CPI.
Yeah, this is my USDJPY, still waiting for that. Still didn't activate my entry. Let's see. Well, and indices again. Oh, still waiting for those two. Well, now actually GBP USD is trying to break to the upside. Not that I was looking for a buy actually, but let's see.
Yeah, I like that. I like that for
EU is probably also going up. No, it's because we had their announcement in for pound. I think we have did we? No.
Let's see. What did we have here? Let's see.
No, 10 years treasuries auctions, but nothing else.
No.
No.
Oh, Mike is in the background saying no music. I forgot about the music. I'm so focused on trading that I didn't put on the music. Let's see. There we go. Hopefully you're happy now, Mike. Okay, let's see. What do we have here? Are you in gold or not, Anastasia? Yes, I believe you are still in a long.
I still am. Yes, I still am. Again, it's not a scalp. It's actually my stop losses even here below that lows, not only below this lows. So I'm still in long. Again, I would prefer to go before the CPI, at least above this zone here. So I'm probably not gonna be holding it through the CPI if it's not above at least this zone. So let's say at least 29.17. So if we are below 29.17 before CPI, I'm gonna close it off and re-enter it after CPI if it breaks to the upside. And I'm still holding USDJPY paying and sell order. With the entry, my entry is 805, but it's still pending.
We had a question. How long is this live stream going on until the CPI? No, we're going to be streaming all day. We're going to be streaming for 5.5 hours. We do every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and soon also we're going to be expanding into Thursdays. If everything lines up correctly, then hopefully we're going to be starting with Thursdays next week as well. Hopefully my throat is better by then. And yeah, okay. This guy, I like this guy. What happened to your position? I closed the position. I closed it.
Huh?
I closed it.
Daniel is asking, how did you hide the price numbers on the tops?
On what? The tabs? What tabs?
MetaTrader, I believe.
On MetaTrader or TradingView?
Maybe TradingView, because this is your MetaTrader right now.
Yeah. Oh, you mean the tabs? Okay, let me see. I'm using the
Trading View.
I'm using the desktop version, and I guess what you can do is you can go into settings, I guess, and then I don't know, but it should be in the settings when you can show what information to display. Right, gold is moving lower here. All right, we got Mike in the background because we got coming up now. We got Mike. I believe that it's now, isn't it? Let's see. What's the schedule saying? Yep. Mike and Victor is supposed to come in and do some live trading for all of you. But I'm only seeing Mike, which means Victor is probably gonna come in here any minute now. And I need to get some lunch. Man, my throat is killing me. I need to get some water. And now gold is
still consolidating.
Yeah. Double bottom on the 5 minutes.
I think Victor just
pretty
joined.
good.
Yep.
Yeah.
We got Victor in the round as well.
All right. Is there any YouTube channel where you stream? There is a YouTube channel where I do streams. There is one channel, and it's called The5ers. I'm here every Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, and hopefully Thursdays as well. But then you can just Google my name, and I'm sure you find all my other social medias. And I do have a YouTube channel, but just Google my name, and you will find out. Does mirror chart help in taking better trading decisions? Sometimes, yes. If you're a type of person that trades mostly long positions and you're looking for shorts, then it might actually help inverting the chart in some cases. Okay, gold looks bullish. Where is that dude? Where is that guy that says I'm gonna be stopped out here? What do you say about gold now? Gold is quite bullish. All right, let me see. Okay,
Jonatan, I think staying here on live just to see you take a loss on this gold.
Yeah, most people, they get here to see me take loss. That's okay. As I'm used to losing. No problem at all. All right, there we go.
Hello.
Mike and Victor, welcome.
Hey gang,
How
we doing?
Fantastic.
How are we doing indeed? Anastasia, Jonatan, the audience, how is everything going?
Yeah, amazing.
Yeah, never be better.
This is the day after, right? The day after the event.
The day after the day
Right.
before.
Yeah. All right. You know what, guys? I gotta take a break, and I will leave you in the very capable hands of Modest Mike and Victor, the Mass Trader. Very cool names. Very cool name. We have a Ninja Trader and a Modest Trader.
What more could you want?
Me.
Oh, well, that's true. That's true.
Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry, guys. I'm so tired. I gotta go. Okay.
You're zoning out.
I will see you guys. Later. I got a doctor's appointment, and I'm gonna get some lunch, run to that one, and hopefully I'll be back to join when Saul gets on for some scalping action.
Perfect, Jonatan. We hope you get better soon.
Yeah, me too. Thanks.
Finally.
Yep.
Okay, good person. Victor, Mike, I'm gonna leave you as well, guys, and I'm gonna leave our amazing audience with you, with your guidance. So
Thank you.
It's great to see you, Anastasia.
I'm gonna
Thank
take
you.
my gold before the CPI.
No, perfect.
See you guys.
Awesome.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Anastasia. Have a great day.
You too, guys. Bye-bye.
Cheers.
Bye-bye. And then we were the two of us in
And it was just
here,
the two of
Mike.
us.
Yeah, how is everything
The
going?
modest ninja combination.
How is your day going, Mike?
My day is going pretty well, thanks for asking, Victor. I'm still paper trading, so not taking any actual trades. But I saw that Anastasia and Jonatan were looking at gold, and looking at gold buys. I can see the argument for gold buys, and it's looking decent at the moment on the 15-minute. And I can certainly, in fact, it was something we were looking at this morning with Alex on the Alpha Beta Lab stream, where we were talking about, oh, sorry, not with Alex, with Stephen. We were looking at about longs for gold. We have, let me just share my screen, and I'll show you what I'm seeing. So my kind of outlook was for us to do something like this. So we've been ranging pretty much since, well, we've dropped down on Friday, we've come back up, and we've just been ranging pretty much for the first 2 days of the week. My expectation is that because on the weekly last week was an inside bar, my expectation is that we're going to take the high of that inside bar, and we're going to move then for some bearish momentum. I think what's probably happening, if we look at it from a fundamental perspective, everyone's obviously waiting to see what comes of negotiations between Ukraine, the US, Russia, and see if we can get some risk off sentiment. At the moment, it's a little bit of a choppy market because there's also the whole tariff situation, and how Trump's policies are impacting the dollar. So we've also got to remember that the gold spot price is linked to the dollar. So even though gold is traditionally seen as a risk-off asset, and so therefore, if the market's seeming risky, then gold should pump. At the same time, if the dollar weakens, then that would also empower the gold price. But at the same time, if the dollar strengthens, because the dollar is losing a lot of its strength right now, that could also counterweight the gold price. So at the moment, my expectation is something like this. So we can see on the daily, we had this bullish engulfing candle only just. In fact, no, did we? Actually, no, we didn't. I stand corrected. My apologies. We didn't have an engulfing candle. It didn't take the low of this one here. So we have had kind of a change of direction on the daily, but nothing strong enough to suggest that that's the overall change of direction. So my sentiment generally is that this weekly candle, this one here, is our change of direction ultimately, and that we'll be looking for price to retest this area and then to pull back down. The reason for that is if we go down to the 9-hour, we have this candle here that wasn't respected. It was an engulfing candle to the downside, but it wasn't respected. Price pushed through and smashed past it. If we go through to the 8-hour, it's also the same there, the same on the 7-hour, and the 5-hour, and it was a strong area where price has reacted from previously, and it sits within that weekly wick. So my expectation is we'll come up, we'll take this level of liquidity and look for some kind of reaction up here. So buys with that in mind look good. The only thing at the moment is that 15-minute candle that's currently a bullish engulfing, it's taken this liquidity level here, but it's still got another 5 minutes to go. And whilst this engulfing candle here looks strong, I'm not so sure that we're going to necessarily see buys just yet, because it's left this huge cluster of liquidity down here. I think more likely, I don't know the positions that Jonatan and Anastasia had, but my suspicion is we're going to see something like this coming down to test this area here, testing this wick, so coming up down here and then pushing on up. And that would be, I suspect, more in line with what we see from gold. It's not necessarily just going to be a straight up one way or the other. We know that gold can shoot down and then jump back up before making it proper moves.
I understand completely, but before I was paying a lot of attention to your analysis, Mike, and you said that gold could be testing a wig below us, right? Is that
below us here? Yes.
Yeah. Is
on
that
on the lower time frames?
Is that a blonde or brunette wig?
It's brunette. It's brunette with a little bit of grey.
Okay, just checking. I'm not sure. I wasn't sure.
Yeah. Oh dear. So no, I think it's going to be this one down here. That's my personal opinion. But yeah. Boss Trader, I'm not sure whose stream you found and who you're asking. But neither Victor nor I only trade gold. We trade the market. We trade whatever opportunities the market might present us, whether that be on gold or any other asset that takes our fancy. There's plenty of them available with the 5ers.
All right, so let's see. There's something I think that is also very not interesting. I mean, very relevant. Anastasia mentioned it already, and I'm sure they talked about it. We have, of course, CPI coming up. Let me put my screen on, and I'll actually, before I do so, let me change the time to UTC or GMT, which is the same, of course. I'll put my screen on, and let's see if that's going to show. It's supposed to show. I don't see it yet. Is StreamYard
StreamYard StreamYard is it has changed the rules of the game, so you have to remove somebody and their screen to add yours, just to make it a little bit more complicated.
We have CPI coming up in less than 1 hour, and that's $1 major impact news, of course, and that could affect the price of gold majorly as well. We also have the CAD, the Canadian dollar, some interest rate decisions. So for everyone who's trading that pair, be mindful that today is going to be could be a very volatile day for this pair. Let's switch back to gold, because on knowing that gold is very volatile, and today we have CPI. I mean, that's relevant information for any trader who's considering to put on a trade. Someone in the chat asked me if I have a trade on at the moment. The answer is no. I currently don't have anything on. Actually, before I continue with gold, I'll show everyone what I am looking at on Eurodollar. Right, Eurodollar is I would be interested in price if it were to come back within this area of overlapping order blocks that are either fresh or part of a quasi, and it hasn't reached that yet. But because of the CPI, and that's EU and GU is no different. I have an area right here that I would be interested for price to come in, although I'm not too interested anymore. It would have needed to come to that area before making that push higher. I'll have to redraw the setups or the entry order blocks that I'm looking at on the lower time frames before I decide to do anything. But because we have major news coming up, at a certain moment it doesn't make sense for me to get in because my stops are very tight, typically are less than 10 pips, much less than 10 pips. It doesn't make sense for me to risk get in. Yes, I can get a great move very quickly, but the chances that just the spread, and if not, the wick, and if not the spread, then the following move up and down that comes typically with high impact news, before it actually chooses direction, that will most likely just stop me out before it actually goes anywhere. So it doesn't make sense for me to get in unless it gets to my area very quickly and get out of it equally quickly before the news comes out. But that's not going to happen. If anything, you see consolidation as we go closer to the news, and that's exactly what I don't need. I need the market to move away from it quickly. So I'm not going to be doing anything, and maybe we can look at gold to see. I will break it down, although I'm not in a trade right now. Maybe to see if we get anything that makes sense. Are you in any trade, Mike, currently?
No. I am considering a paper trade buy on gold, but I'm still waiting to see how price forms at the moment.
I understand. Okay. Let's see. So on the monthly, of course, we have a fresh order block on the monthly time frame below us. Not relevant. We're not there. On the weekly, we don't have anything except, well, anything isn't correct. We do have a fresh order block that is currently being retested. The market has been very bullish. So in the greater scheme of things, I don't expect that this order block, right, is highly likely to hold necessarily, because the market structure has been very bullish, right? And just an order block is not going to change that market structure immediately or significantly. However, there could be sellers coming into this because there is an order block that is being retested. You will see some kind of a reaction. It may not change the structure and break some significant low. That may not be as probable, but a move from that order block, perhaps a modest move from that order block might be quite possible, quite likely. So we
Gotta love a modest move.
We do have so we have that probability, or that I think is likely, very likely, based on the weekly time frame. But to make the trade, to make it a high probability trade, right? And if anything, right, based on the weekly, I will not be, if I get a signal, I will not be, accepting or assuming that price is going to go all the way lower or even to the next order block, which would be logical. In this case, because market structure is so bullish, I want to see a lot more evidence in this time frame, on the weekly time frame, to expect price to actually move away significantly. What I would think is, to begin with, is to just have a very modest TP. Yes. Which is the low of this order block, which is the very first TP that you could ask. But let's not get ahead of ourselves yet. This is the weekly time frame. There isn't anything yet for me to get in. So if we go to the daily time frame, we do have a quasi on the daily time frame that is telling us that price is trying to reverse from these levels, right? Making higher highs and higher lows. And then what does it do? It breaks that neckline and it comes back to one of the two order blocks that are, likely to be able to reverse price. Now, what I don't like about this is that if what these order blocks are telling me is that these are the places where the sellers are supposed to come in. And the sellers did come in and tell us right at the retest of the quasi that price is that the sellers are they're taking control. But if they are, why are we getting a bullish engulfing close yesterday? That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. So either that's a fake move, right? A move where market does it all the time. It gives you mixed signals to, thinking is going to go one way just to go the other way. It's a fake move, right? To trap traders into it, or it's the beginning of something new, right? Something new meaning another push up, meaning perhaps probably breaking this order block and at least going to the next one. And from there, we'll have to see how it behaves to see what it wants to do. Someone in the chat asks, what is a Quasimodo? Oh, no, you asked like a Quasimodo. It is a Quasimodo. This is a Quasimodo, Henry. In my book, it is. This would be the left shoulder, the head, and presumably we are in the process of creating the official right shoulder, not official, the definitive right shoulder is when you break and complete the sequence, right? When you go back and complete the sequence. And I'm trying to catch that right shoulder as it is in progress of being created, right? So whenever I get in at the presumable right shoulder. I don't know for certain because we'll have to wait for the whole structure to complete completely, right? To get to completion. So those two, so I don't like that order block, this bullish engulfing that was created yesterday. It's not supposed to be creating bullish structures, right? Getting back to that bullish, and actually I didn't mention this because I didn't notice that. But what do we see here? Right, we have a bullish order block that we didn't actually reach it, but if we were to reach it and then come back, that would make the case even stronger for a bullish reversal, right? So price going much higher. We didn't get it, but I still don't like the fact that we're creating bullish structures where price was supposed to be switching bearish. So that's something that doesn't rhyme with that with this quasi. So okay, but it doesn't invalidate the setup right away. So we have that daily order block, and actually we have the let me take this out. We have this order block which is the entry order block for the daily. So I am interested to take a short from here based on what I see on the quasi. But if I'm going to take a short, I want more alignment. I want the H4 and the H2 or the H1 to also tell me that there's a great area there. So let's take a look and to see if we can get that on the H4. We have another quasi, and yes, we are within a entry order block on the H4 as well, right? And actually we have two quasis, a bigger one, which is, let me see, this is the yes, this is the quasi from here. That's the quasi, right? And then we break that neckline and come back to one of these order blocks. Actually, the first one, which is the, let me check if there's the I don't have the retracement on, but that's a retracement. On visually, you can see that it retraced enough. So on the bigger quasi, meaning the one that I just pointed out, right? This quasi, that quasi, we are in an area of interest, right? That's not the only area, so price can still continue. And if it goes to the other one, I'll be looking again for another area, another entry, I mean. So we have this bigger quasi, but also if we zoom in, I think we have another one as well because I have it marked here. And yes, we do. Let me see. Yes, actually we do, which is this smaller reversal pattern as well, right? And we are, I don't like the fact that it is wider than the order block we had before, but it is wider. We have an outside bar here, right? This is an outside bar, and we're getting back to it. We had a very quick touch, and this is the second time. So it's the fact that it's the second time for from a H4 perspective is not very interesting, but from a quasi perspective, it's still valid. So I'm still looking, and we already had this order block here, right? Which is still valid. That makes sense for us to look for short. So we have enough reason on the H4 as well. Let's drag this to the left, right? We have enough reason to look for that short as well. So I'm going to take this out. Let's go to the H2. If we have, let's see if we have a reason. We do. Yes, we do, but it's not a good order block because it's wider than even the daily, right? That doesn't make sense to me to use it. Let's bring this down to the next option. Actually, I don't have any other options. There's an order block below. It's actually one big order block, so it doesn't help us on the H2. The only thing we do have, though, is we did have, let's see, no, this we do have an order block here, which is fresh, which we could use for our alignment. That makes sense to me. Let's see where the lines will be. So we have this one here. Actually, that's not the one we need. This one, and we go to the 2 hour. And let's take this off because this was from something from yesterday. So we have this as the lower border of that overlapping order blocks for the entry, and this would be the upper border of that area. This is based on the H2 and the H4, right? This is the area. It is about $7 on gold, where we could go to the lower time frame and see if we have a reversal pattern there as well. Let's see if we can get some refinement on the H1. There isn't, based on the bigger quasi, so I will have to look for something fresh. And we have basically the same order block, so it doesn't help us. Actually, it was invalidated with this close. So on the H1 there isn't anything, and there isn't a quasi either in this whole complex, right? So we're left with this order block, and we can go to the lower time frame to see if we can find an entry. That would make sense, but again, we are only 32 minutes away from CPI coming out. And especially if it's too close for euro to be traded because of that news, for sure it's gonna be for gold, right? Gold is notorious for making these wicks around news, even without news, let alone with news. And on the 5 minute, I don't see the reversal pattern. It's not visible. This is not a quasi. On the 3 minute, we might find one. Nope, there isn't. Actually, there is one, but it hasn't been triggered yet. And let's see, that's the neckline on the 3 minute. And on the 2 minute, yes, of course, if you keep on going lower, you will find some kind of a quasi, of course, because it gets more sensitive but those are you need, the lower you go with the time frame, the more alignment or the more evidence you need to see from them. We have one on this time frame. We have one order block that could be used as a as an entry order block, but it is beyond the area. This is the area, right? So this is the area I want the reversal and the entry to come from, not from something above, right? Because if price is able to get above here, that's a sign of weakness for my actually it's a sign of strength for the asset, but for my setup, that means that I'm looking for the short. I don't want to see signs of strength, so it shouldn't be get up here, and that's why this isn't a great order block. I can leave it on because we could use it, but it only depends how price action is exactly. Let's see if we have anything else. Actually, let me check something before we continue. We have 1 and 2, so that's okay. All right, so this one could be something that I could use, right? So if price were to come back to this area and give me and take control, then we could short from this area, right? Not that one, the other one. We could short from this area and then target something on the higher time frames, right? So that could be there isn't much on the higher time frames. Maybe target this order block, something like that. That makes sense to me. It's quite nice, but maybe let's look at 1 hour. I think I would do something like that. If that would be something that I would be interested in, going as a short. And as a on the lower time frame, of course, you have this neckline. It doesn't really matter because, of course, it broke structure, since the whole complex is quite big. What do we see? There's one here, one little feller here. There we go. What else? And of course, we will have to expand it a little bit. And that's it. And above here, we have another one, but the same applies for the 1 minute as well. It's if price is getting this high, I'm not interested, because it shouldn't get this high. If this is the area, that is going to the structure that's going to reverse price back to be a reversal. There's another thing though that I like to do, and we can look at this again, which is this is a what I'm basically doing is looking for a quasi complex, right? A reversal pattern when price gets back to this area, right? This structure. But what you can also do is look for reversal pattern anytime the market is interacting with this structure. And I see we have some alerts from I think it was EU. Let's go look EU what it's. All right, so we're getting into that structure. This is of course EU, not gold, but we're getting into that structure that is interesting. So this is the structure between these two yellow lines where I'm interested. Any price could come back, but the same thing applies here. Before CPI, it's not a great idea to be entering. You can still try it and get out just in front of the news in case it doesn't move away, but it's not a great idea to get to open a trade right before news. All right, so let's look at the chat to see if there's any question to the analysis I just did. All right.
NWJ, you may well be right. Looking at when the news is coming out, that's a good indicator, because the news normally comes out at 1:30 UK time, and it's now coming out at 12:30 UK time. So that's obviously going to give us an indication of where it is. This one was always a confusing one for so many of us. So thanks for looking into that. Ashley saying, let's have a look at silver, Victor.
Sure, we can look at it. Sure. Let's
silver
do
is making new highs again, retesting all-time highs by the looks of things. Do you want to pull it up, or shall I have a?
Do you want to do the analysis, or shall I do it?
Yeah, I mean, Ashley's saying, well, we could do it together. So Ashley's saying, let's have a look at silver. So if you want to put it up, and we can both share what we're seeing. What would be the direction for CPI? Who knows, Frank? Who knows? Right now, the news is not something that any of us want to predict, I think. So So yeah, let's see how that one plays out. But looking at silver there, Victor, it certainly looks like a bullish trend that we're still on. If we take it from a wider angle, it certainly looks like we've got a bullish move still pushing further up. We've obviously retested that area that you've just marked out, that level you've marked out in yellow. Retested that one recently. On the daily, we're looking quite strong. Daily, we had a very, very nice bullish engulfing candle yesterday. Similar to gold. However, the gold didn't actually form a full engulfing candle. It didn't take the low of the day before, whereas yesterday silver really did. So silver certainly seems to be producing more bullish momentum than gold is. Silver as well seems to have just held up a bit more in terms of not being so rangy like gold has. So yeah. Where's my crystal ball, Rodrigo? My crystal ball. Do you know what? I left it in my other bag. And I forgot to bring it with me, mate. So I'll make sure that I try and check it out for next time, and I'll bring it with me. But yeah, Ashley saying, shame my analysis on silver on the main time frame being daily. The trend is rising. The integrity of that trend is intact. We're currently in a progress phase going with the trend. Yeah. So, I mean, if we look at it on the daily, you can see that there's a nice, bullish trend moving up. There's no suggestion right now that we're going to be slowing down for that. It seems to be continuing to move in that direction. When you zoom out, you can see we've had some moments where we've broken structure, but then we've pulled back up and continued to maintain that long-term bullish trend. So really, the last time we saw some proper, genuine bearish momentum was beginning of December or middle of December, let's say, around about the 12th. That was the last time we really had a proper bearish trend. The one that we've had most recently at the end of February, we didn't manage to break even. I think it was probably about the 50% of the entire move. So it was a pullback before we go further higher, which would fall in line with gold as well. So I think that's that makes a reasonable assessment. Question would be is where would you get in? If you look at it at the moment on the 15-minute, it looks like a little bit overextended. So I think you'd probably want to wait for some kind of pullback further down, maybe as a follow-up reaction to the CPI news coming out. I would be very, very cautious and careful with silver. I've traded silver with the 5ers, and it can be very, very wicky. The spreads can get really quite nasty. So just be careful with any entries and things like that, because the wicks, you won't necessarily get them on TradingView, but the liquidity providers that the 5ers use on silver, because it's not a mainstream asset, the wicks can be quite nasty. So just be careful you don't get caught out on the spreads and slippage like that with any trades. That's probably my best advice I can give you. Talking about trade and the news and things like that, if you are trading with the 5ers, remember, high stakes accounts, don't open any trades 2 minutes before or 2 minutes after. We don't want you guys blowing any of those accounts. So yeah, what have you got there, Victor? I see your chart was flashing the 2 hour at me.
Yes, actually I do see flashing the 2 hours. Right. What I do see is that we are on a very high time frame. I know it sounds irrelevant, but it is relevant to me. We do have a monthly quasi, and this is one of the 2 entry order blocks for a monthly reversal, bearish reversal. So that grabs my attention. And what do we see? We have another fresh one being created where we are right now. This is the monthly time frame. That's just the panorama where we start. So we have a reason to believe, or at least reason to look for on the other time frame to look for that alignment for perhaps a move to the downside. And if I go to the weekly, this isn't a quasi, but we are retesting a bearish structure. So we have monthly and weekly telling us there we might see some selling coming in. And if I go to the daily, I find the quasi right here. There you go. That's the neckline, and we do have one big order block, which is not very helpful. I can't use that. It's too wide. We had another one, right? So we have a refinement within that entry order block, and that's exactly where we are right now. So that pops up at me. And if I take the H4 to zoom in and to see if does it make sense for price to reverse from here. And on the lower time frame, what I see is that we have a neckline break we had actually quite long ago, but at a time it broke, right? If you look back to the leg that broke that neckline, there wasn't a reason on the H4 to get in. Price did come back and move away, but now from this low point, between the head and this low point, we do have a couple of structures. Two of them have already been invalidated, but you can see how price did react to them before they were invalidated. That's the move that you expect from those order blocks. So it makes sense for price to react to this one as well, since you have higher time frames. And because I agree on the market structure on the higher time frames, although we have this reversal pattern developing. If you look at the daily, what do we see? We see we have an outside bar being created right yesterday, the close. Very, very bullish. That smells like it wants to break out the upside. It shouldn't be doing this if supposedly this is a great place to go short. And if you look at the H4 as well, was it the H4? Was it a daily? Let me see which time frame was it. I thought it was on the. Well, actually, on the H4 as well, you can see where we are right now. Supposedly, based on everything that I just said, we are getting to that entry order block on the H4, a place where sellers supposed to come in. But what do we see? A bullish, an outside bar again being created. That doesn't make sense, right? So it's either it's a trap, or the reversal pattern is not going to work, right? So what I would do then is just wait for the price to. We have a reason to expect price to. Let me see. Let me mark it out. Right, that's the H4 order block that we could use as an entry on that time frame in any case. Then I would go to the lower time frame, to the H2. Do we have a reason in here to go short? I don't see it. It's bullish, right? There's nothing there that tells me that the sellers are cutting in. And if I do it on the H1 as well, it's bullish. So the lower time frame PA is not in line on the lower time frame. Is not switching over for a sell, at least not yet. Maybe it's gonna come. The same thing with gold. Maybe it's gonna come, but it's not there yet. So as long as it's not there, I don't want to touch it. But that is something. That is what I was looking for. So I need that H1 to tell me to roll over and tell me it wants to go. Maybe it could do something like this, break that low, and then come back. That would make sense for me, and I'll be trying to enter, of course, on that level. Or if we just have a fresh order block, a fresh structure being created, then I can already go to the lower time frames and look for that short. You can see that this is so bullish. There's nothing. This is holding up quite nicely. So I would just put that sell scenario on hold, and just wait for price to do what it needs to do for me to do anything. And as a bullish trade, to look for the bullish trade, it needs, for me in any case, it needs to come back to some place of a demand. So maybe that could happen with the CPI. We might see price come back to this fresh order block, and then I can go to the lower time frames and refine the area. Right, this is for the bullish scenario on silver, and look for an entry there. Right, with those two order blocks, to me it's already enough alignment, and you'll see it on the H1 as well. But I'll leave it at the most selective one. So if I do go to the lower time frames, let's say the 5 minutes, let's see if I have something we can use maybe on during the news where it could go to. Not really. We do have a structure here, but that's above. It needs to get in here. So it doesn't really help us with the alignment. Not at all. It's actually bigger than the H2. So that doesn't help us. And if we go to any other time frame, okay, so this makes more sense, right? If on the 15-minute, 15, right, if it comes to that area, after the news, and it shows me something on that particular time frame that it's getting back, the buyers are getting back to the market, then I could use that as an entry, given the H4 fresh order block we see there. And if I'm gonna be taking that, probably gonna be let's look at what the ATR is doing to get some idea, some sense of where it could go if it's going to go up. Let's see what we have. Well, based on the ATR, we could expect price of silver to go to, let's see, to reach 33.40 roughly. So that means 33.40, basically that high. That's a very good one. I like when we have actually a little bit higher. Something like so. Right, it's not meant to be as exact, but this is based on the ATR where we could expect price. If price is going to go much higher, this is where it makes sense, it's reasonable for price to go to. And because it's CPI, it can even exceed this range. But to target this makes a lot of sense to me. So that would be the TP as well for the long side, right? So if we come back, if we have on the 15-minute, if we have a reversal there, then I would think that that's a nice trade to that I would think something like that makes a lot of sense to me to do, perhaps something like that. I hope that's that makes sense for the user that asks, not the user, the viewer that asked us for that analysis.
Excellent. We do have the news coming in about 12 minutes, guys. So whilst we prepare for that, we'll just give Victor and myself just a quick break to be able to have a drink, and we'll get a friend of ours just to tell you a little bit about the Alpha Beta Lab, a new project that he and I are working on. So let's just have a word with Alex, shall we?
Traders, stop going at it alone. Now join the Alpha Beta Labs, a free online community built by traders for traders. Share your insights, drop value, and get rewarded for all of your contributions. Now there's no limits, there's no gatekeeping, all traders, all markets at all levels. So click in the description below and join us right now.
Awesome.
There we go. That is, for those of you not sure, that is the Alpha Beta Lab, hence why the name next to my name. Alpha Beta Lab, it's our new community-led education platform. We'd love to see you guys in there. The URL is thealphabetalab.com. We'd love to see you guys joining us. I will pop it in the chat as well, so you guys can have a look. Alpha Beta Lab is down. That's a little bit worrying. Let's have a look. There was some issues with it earlier today, but hopefully it should be back up and running because I can see it working on my side. So you're right, it is down. Thank you for letting me know about that, Nitish. I shall take that up with the tech team now because that is not what we want to see. Let me let them know straight away.
Indeed. There we have in the chat a couple of questions as we are nearing to the CPI release. We have some great people in the audience having great wishes for everyone. Okay, so do we trade dollar ZAR? That's what currency is that?
Isn't that South African rand?
That could be, or is it Zimbabwe? Let me check.
I could be wrong.
I'll check it.
No, it's a South African rand.
Okay, yes, it is South African rand. Yes. I don't know if you do, Mike.
No, I don't. I'm pretty much only trading with 5ers these days, and it's not a major one of the major 28 pairs. So I can't say that I'm familiar with it. I would assume you can obviously trade it on various different brokers. But is it a market that moves very much? Yeah, it's an exotic.
It is an exotic. Yes. I have it on my the broker I use for my personal accounts, but to be honest, I've never traded it, I think, in my life. I have no idea how exotics can be. They can have, usually they have a high spread, and they range a lot as well, but from time to time, not always. So I wouldn't know if it's a good trade, good pair to trade. I would say no, because it's an exotic. Do I have a favorite song? I don't have a favorite song, but what I do like to put on when I'm trading, I don't know about you guys, but my mind works that I need to have either complete silence or I need to have something like a music, relaxing music that doesn't have lyrics on. That is the best what works with me. Some people need heavy metal, other people need I don't know, a lot of noise or a lot of hard music with lyrics. That doesn't work with me. I need as I said, complete silence or something like a jazz, lo-fi kind of lounge music, something that doesn't distract me but relaxes me. But I don't have a specific song. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, no, I'm the same. I can't listen to anything with lyrics. Lyrics tend to distract me from concentrating. So there's a few playlists on Spotify that I use, which are kind of like specifically focus minded and as you say, kind of calm and chilled. Anything kind of more active or with lyrics just tends to be more of a distraction. So yeah, but the only way that we can really truly trade is when we're making sure that we've got the true kind of voiceovers, like we're going short, or if we're going long.
It's
Exactly.
barely audible though for me. I don't know about you.
We're going long on this one.
Okay, now it's better.
There we go.
We're going short on this one. Here is a trade in its natural habitat. Are we going to take it, or will we sit on our hands?
Those are the sound contributions from Alex. Alex is going to be joining later on with Saul when Saul joins for the scalping session. So if you guys hang around, make sure you get Alex to use the sound effects with Saul in the room. I think that's going to be very, very good entertainment to see what Saul's reaction is to those sound effects.
Do you think he heard them already?
I don't think he has. I don't think he has.
Okay.
So I think it'd be an interesting bit of YouTube to see Saul's reaction to that.
There we have.
Just
Yes.
I was just going to say, Victor, you were talking about silver, and whilst you were looking at silver, I was looking at it as well. And what I found interesting was, so as you know, I like to look at inside bars as liquidity levels, and if they haven't been mitigated, then they're seen as an
I'd like
area.
to interrupt you, Mike. I know you're a great guy, and I'm sorry to interrupt you. Don't take it personal. Don't take it personal.
No,
No,
of course.
what I would like to interrupt you because I'll switch to my chart because I see something on. Actually, I need to remove yours first and then put mine.
Sure.
Get accustomed to the new rules of StreamYard, but we are on because I have a time sensitive chart on the lower time frames that I want to share them because by the time you finish, perhaps the opportunity went away. So we have on the H4, we have this order block. I'm going to do it very quickly. On the H2, we have another order block that refines the area where that push, this big candle came from, was initiated. That's the idea behind it, and price comes back to a relevant area. And if you go to the 3 minutes, to the lower time frames, we can see that this one, price did have, look at that wick, price did have a reaction on the lower time frame, but it didn't create any structure yet indicating that it's going to reverse yet. If anything, it created a bearish structure. So this order block, price is telling us, is likely not the one to be needed to be traded. The 5 minute looks doubtful so far, but it we'll have to see how it closes in about 3 minutes. And let's look at the 2 minutes. We don't have anything on the 2 minutes, and on the 1 minute. I don't make this up, but look at this, that wick. That's not a coincidence, right? That doesn't mean the price is gonna reverse from here and go up and go to the daily ATR necessarily. But that wick right there tells me that buyers did come in, at least momentarily, in that candle, because that is what creates that wick. But we need to have a market structure shift, right? We need to have that quasi, if there is a quasi there, this needs to be taken out. And that's the reason I interrupted you, Mike, because this could happen in the next couple of minutes, right? So you have another quasi there being created. And if price is going to, reverse, obviously it will have to take out that neckline. So you can be patient and just wait for it to take the neckline. And then look for a great area. Let's say something like this. You could look for, this would be the quasi in this case, right? That is the quasi. It breaks it, and then typically price comes back to some structure as it goes out. Not always. And I already see on this time frame that we could have. Let me check. We could have this order block was created. So if price comes back to this order block after it takes out the neckline, then we got a possible sign in PA that price wants to reverse. Whether it's not guaranteed, of course, but if you align your setup with different time frames and the PA telling you that it wants to move to the reverse and go the other direction, that's one of the best highest possibility trade that you can get. So if it were to happen, right, it needs to take out this first, then you can target something much higher. And that's it, what I wanted to. I don't know on the ATR how high it can go, but you can target this, or perhaps just that. Of course, the news is coming out in 30 seconds or less, so it's not it's, if you're on the high stakes and other programs, you shouldn't be taking any trades. But that was what I was gonna show you, or actually everyone, not only you, Mike. But go ahead with yours.
No problem at all, Victor. I think obviously we've got the news coming out in just over 20 seconds, so we might as well leave it on your chart for now with Euro USD. and we'll see how that one plays out. I can actually see it as a confirmation of getting in right now, if I'm honest with you, just looking at different time frames. The way that you've got the bullish engulfing candle just a couple of minutes ago, retesting that wick that you mentioned. That
Whoa,
for me is,
look at that.
There we go. That's what I was that's what I was about to say. So so that would have been a nice entry that I would have probably taken, because that's on other time frames looking nice as well.
Actually, that's actually a very good example of how, if you align everything, a lot of the time, not always, but a lot of the times you see that the news is in alignment with the PA, right? If you, not always, but it does happen quite often. And this time it was perfect, right? You could have entered, either the wick, the pin bar, that could be, I don't like to be entering on pin bars, but just the fact that we created a pin bar could already be enough for someone to say, well, I'm gonna enter. I'm not gonna wait for that market, complete market structure shift. That's not a high win rate way of getting in, but I mean, if you have the data to back that up, then it certainly is a valid way to do it. But usually this happens. The only problem is that you can't, what we always say, you can't enter right before the news, because it can wick down 20 pips, wick up another 20 pips, and then choose the direction. And it just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it's risky business, as they say, to be trying to play with Mother Nature on the charts. But let me just give you an idea of what I'd be looking at. So overall, generally, we're in a higher time frame. This is on the 2 hour, right? With Euro USD, you can see that we're in a bullish trend at the moment. We had one big engulfing candle here, bullish trend, another one here, and we were already in this area, right? So if we take it to the 1 hour, we again had one pushing up here, another one pushing up here. So this was already an area where price was likely to react from in this zone, right? If we take it to the 4 hour, the 4 hour had already created this bullish engulfing candle, and this one was a long wick pulling down and retesting these previous highs, which were resistance now turned into support. If we then look at, for example, the 11 hour, the only thing that the 11 hour shows me is that there is this liquidity here, but it's also left liquidity on this side as well. So there's liquidity up on this side on the inside bar that suggests that price might want to come back and take it. What it hasn't done, which is interesting, is it hasn't yet taken this inside bar on the 12 hour. So it's not necessarily one that's going to hold for very long. But if we zoom out onto the weekly, we can see that actually we've broken past this previous resistance level that I think I had previously marked out. This area here, we've already marked it out and we've already pushed past it. So the weakness in the dollar is already there, and it's likely that the euro is going to continue to push up. At the moment, if we look on the real-time charts, it's actually the euro and the USD are kind of sitting there without really much divergence. So it may not be a trade that goes particularly far. But on the lower time frame, what I really liked about it was this, the fact that we had come down, we'd retested all of these lows down here. And if we look at them on the 1 minute time frame, what we have is we have an engulf. Let me just move this object to the back so you guys can see it. So what do we have? We had price come down and we created this engulfing candle. The liquidity, when it's a bullish candle, the liquidity is at the top. When it's a bearish candle, liquidity is at the bottom. So the top of the bullish candle, when that's taken by a bearish candle, it means the price has changed direction. Came around, and this liquidity is left here. Now, what happened was it created an inside bar, which means there's liquidity on either side of it because it's a contraction. price came down on the next candle and took that out. So this rejection back up here, it took this liquidity, said, we don't need that one. That's not major liquidity. This is major liquidity. And it's pushed on up. Then what's happened is it's pushed on up a little bit and it's done it again. Where did we retest on that wick? I'm pretty sure was in that area. There you go. So if we come back to this one here, where we had this previous rejection, if I take this down to this reaction zone here, that's probably where it's going to be sitting. And sure enough, it's come down and it's tested it here. Now, the only thing is, this is where analysis is really, really important. The low of that earlier wick is 8884. The low of this one is the same. The fact that we have formed a perfect double bottom means that this is going to be significant liquidity to be targeted. So that news may have triggered a significant reaction, and it looks like it's a bullish reaction, but that there says to me, okay, we've created something that price is going to want to come back and take at some point. On the 15-minute, as you can see, okay, we've got another 8 minutes to go, but price has come up. And where did it reject? It rejected on this area here. We've got this inside bar here on the 12 hour, or sorry, the 11 hour. And what's happened is we're reacting off this area here. So this zone with this wick where price rejected. So the buyers tried to come in, they couldn't do it. And it's come into that area and it's pushed straight back down. It's been rejected. So that would have been a nice take profit area probably as it was sitting up there. Or this one here, as you can see on the 1 minute, price rejected on the wick there. It's come back up, it's tested that wick and it's pushed back down again. That would probably be my suggestion to maybe think, okay, that's my win for the time being, and take my profits there, because it's highly likely the way that moved, so something like that, the way that moved and left this wick here and this candle here with perfect equal lows suggests that it was just an impulsive news move and not necessarily something that's going to hold. And let's see. I mean, we look at it on the 11 minute, the same, the wick rejected quite significantly, even though it's technically a bullish engulfing candle and it's taken a whole bunch of previous candles, it's pushing significantly downwards. And if you look at it on the 15 minute, even more so. So that would be my my kind of reason for caution on this one. And it looks like it may well push past that low that it created. Let's see. Yep, there we go. So it's negated that setup that we had, and it's now probably going to come down and take this 12-hour inside bar that we have further down. That's what I would be looking at. I don't think it's this particular move that started it is a strong enough level for us to say, yep, bulls are in control and away we go. That's just based on my knowledge and experience of what tends to happen with those kind of moves.
That's a very big spike indeed, Vinicius. Yes, indeed. And there was someone in the audience asking, gold jumped 650 pips. It is not on your chart still. The reason for that is, the reason for that is because there is a delay between the time we see things and you see them on the stream at home or wherever you may be. About 10 seconds of a delay with the YouTube stream. So if you look at the charts, our charts, it's going to be a delayed chart for you.
Yeah. Interestingly, I was talking about this earlier, where I said that I thought gold would still pull back down, and sure enough, it did exactly that. Now I had this trail of liquidity marked here, and the reason I had this zone marked out was because on the 15-minute we had this engulfing candle where price pushed up. When it came back the first time, it wasn't respected. and price went through it. But if you look at it, it's then had another engulfing candle and another engulfing candle, which suggests that it's still an area of interest. It's still an area where price is potentially going to change direction. We take it down to the 5 minute. We had these moves up, but there was still this trail of liquidity. There was still these inside bars on the 5 minute. As you can see here, we've got 1, 2. We had them on, I think, on the 7 minute as well. We had them on the 11 minute. I think it was, yeah, the 11 minute here as well. So there was all this liquidity down here. And what price did was it came back down. This was before the news. And it's tapped directly into that area. It didn't break past it, but it came directly into that area, took all of that liquidity, and then it started the move. So that would have been a really, really nice entry to see all of that liquidity sweep coming down there and then saying, right, okay, this, for example, this one here, stop loss there. And we would have had a very, very nice trade there with the news as it came out. That would have been a nice, what is it? A nice 6R potentially.
Nice.
So yeah, and I still think the gold will still go further. In fact, as I showed here on the 1 hour, it's showing significant movement. It's still got 20 minutes left to go on the 1 hour candle. It didn't come down all the way to test down here, but it's come down far enough because we've got this wick here and we've got this wick here. It's already tested this zone. So it's enough with all these liquidity levels taken for me to feel like, okay, gold is ready to push on up and start making some bullish moves. We've got an inside bar at the moment that's been created. So you could have maybe taken that trade. Wait to see now what plays out on this side. So we've got, let's see, a high there. That side has been taken, as we can see there. So that was 922 on the nose. That was 922.01. So taken by 1 cent. Now we've got liquidity down on this side to be taken. Those two levels have been taken that we had marked out earlier. And now price will probably come down to now start retesting these lows again. It may well decide that it wants to come and take this level here and this level here even. We have this liquidity level here on, I think was it the 11 minute? There was on one of these levels, I had this marked out. So price could still come back and take it. This one here on the 3 minute. So there is definitely areas for price to come and test, but gold could now be on its bullish move. The way that it's really took that that whole cluster of liquidity and then looked to move further up. Thank you, Anastasia. Yes, the EU move was indeed a nice one. Very, very newsworthy impulse, let's say. But as we can see now, it's now pushed back down and has broken this level here. So we can see that it's taken that level now. It's taken the 12 hour and it's taken that 1 minute low level as well. So always worth, when you get a news event, it's always worth just checking and going back and looking to the left to see where did price come down to. It could be a reaction level or it could be creating liquidity. And that's what happened on this one, is it went pumping, all the buyers, all the FOMO got in, everyone's buy, and it's pulled back down and taken them all out. And then you've got all those buyers stuck.
Yeah, it's very typical, right? It's the market playing with everyone who is not patient enough, or is taking too much risk by putting a tight stop when incoming news, high impact news is coming in. So it's the same story all over again all the time.
It is. It really is. I think the one thing that I find very, very tricky to call right now, and Barry's saying about the Dixie, I'm just looking at the Dixie now. The Dixie is generally in a significant downtrend, right? There's no two ways about it. But are we going to see a pullback? I'm not sure we are, because we've already broken past these support levels that we previously had. we take it out to the daily, we've broken this area where there was maybe some support in place. So next area that we're probably going to see maybe some support forming, I can't actually see it. Maybe you've got this area here as a support area. We had price kind of slow down here before it pushed further up. That may be the next area to see the Dixie come down to. But you know, if we're looking at it, we've got inside bars on the DXY all the way along. We've got one there and we've got one there as well. So there's still significant liquidity further down. And I personally can see the dollar showing further weakness. But that's just looking at it on a daily chart. For an intraday, you might see some pullback, but look at those EMAs coming down now. Those two EMAs crossing the 50s coming down to the 200, and the 21 is turned over as well. So on the daily, we've definitely got a lot of bearish momentum still coming in.
Nice. We have one question in the audience about that special event account. Do you have any updates on that, Mike?
My understanding is that everyone that attended and signed up will get an email with a link for that on how to buy that. So keep an eye on your emails. Make sure you check your spam folders. I don't think the email has gone out yet. It's going to be a follow-up to the event, but there will be an email with the with all the details.
Yes. So the same as being a good trader in the market, you got to be patient with that email as well.
Mm-hmm.
Let me go back to my chart for a little while, because we were looking at this EU. Now we had these areas, these entry order blocks on the 1 minute, and of course.
Sorry, Victor. So I'm just going to quickly share. So some of these guys are saying that they've already had the email. So I can't remember who it was asking, but with regards to the email, it should be in there in your inbox. Musa, there we go. It should be in your emails. So check that out.
Okay, and if not, then contact the support. Right, they will be able to perhaps help you further. To understand what happened and how to fix it. What I was going to say was that we had, before the news came out, this is the 1 minute, and on different time frames, we had these structures that, would be great areas for price to reverse from. But of course, news comes in and you can see how tight these areas are, and you can see how big these wicks or movement from the news are. So this is exactly why you shouldn't enter before the news, or at least, well, if you're in a high stake account, you shouldn't enter because of the rules. But if you are, even if you are not on that high stake account and you are allowed to, if you enter, don't enter with a tight stop loss, because it's very likely to get stopped out. You are going to get stopped out. What I want to show was that even though price, I would say, squeezed, right, these structures, right, it invalidated on the 1 minute, it closed below, so that's an invalidation. And on the 3 minute, I don't think it did. Yes, it did as well. So it invalidated that structure as well to me. And on the 5 minute, you still have, I think the entry order block still valid. Right, so you could get a signal here that order block on the 5 minute is still valid. In about 1 minute, you get the close. What I wanted to show was that even though these order blocks have been taken out, right, those on the 3 and those on the 1, let me just delete that, and on the 5 we still have one left. Even though we have that these order blocks that have been invalidated, the market has shown us an area, right? We are at the bottom of, let's see, we are at the bottom of the we have an order block that was created by the 1, and we can see how price comes back to it. Let me mark it. You see if it's visible in any other time frame. No, it's visible on the 1, which is, this is where the buyers came in to defend the structure, right? By the structure I mean the H4, right? This H4 order block, the H2 that is within it, and well, not on the H1, but this is on the H1, the area, right? This order block where the buyers came in. So to me, this structure needs to hold for price to reverse. If it is going to reverse, it's not about this setup anymore, because those have been taken out except one time frame, which is the 5. But it is about understanding what the market is trying to do. And even if it doesn't give you the quasi, you can't enter on the quasi, but these entry order blocks have been invalidated already. But you understanding what the market is trying to do, what it was trying to do before, which was trying to reverse by creating that quasi. And once it breaks that quasi, sometimes the market squeezes, even invalidates the quasi, but it doesn't really have follow through to the downside in this case, right? So it reverses right after, perhaps on a lower time frame, it may not perfectly use the quasi to change direction, but still in the end use the rough area, right? So this is the area in terms of price action that needs to be respected from now on. So if you read price action and you have enough confluence for a bullish, for the buyers to be taking control, then you could, right, not blindly, but reading price action, reading perhaps your indicator. If they are giving you a signal to go long, you could go long on this structure, right? And then put your stop below it, because if it gets below it, it's over, right? The sellers have taken control, and there's no reversal on the table. But and then target something that makes sense, that could be this high or something much higher, because we are at the low of the day. So you could actually target something much higher from the other time frames. Let's say in the 1, basically target that high. Let me go back to the 1 minute. Can't see it right here, but I think that's the one. Something like this, which still offers a great entry or great risk reward. It's not the quasi in the pure sense, right? Because the quasi has been invalidated. But if you understand the PA behind the quasi, and if you get signals that indicate that yes, the market didn't use the quasi perfectly, but it is trying to reverse, and my signals tells me, not mine, but I mean your in that case would say, well, I have enough other confluences that tells me that, you know, the market is trying to reverse after breaking that entry order blocks on those quasi. And on the 5, you still have it. The order block on the 5 is still valid, which is this one, right? But they created a new one. So on the 5 minute, I will be interested in this structure. It's not an entry order block. It's a 5 minute. It's not an entry. Maybe I should just take it off. It's just a regular order block, a fresh one. But this is the structure on the 5 minute that tells me if price is going to reverse, it shouldn't invalidate this one. On the 1 minute, it's much wider and much lower. But the 1 minute isn't as strong. So if you have something on the 5 minute, that's recommendable to use that instead of the 1, meaning this order block, right, that we're currently retesting now. If it is going to reverse, based on this time frame, it shouldn't break this structure, right? On the 1 minute, it's the one below. And you will just let the market tell you what it wants to do. If it breaks it, then let it go. Don't push it. Don't force it. Just wait for the market to do what you think it is telling you it's going to do, right? So that reversal can still happen from that order block on the 5 minute or from the 1 minute. And if you ask me, even if you enter on the 5 minute, putting your stop, gotta wait for the PA to reverse, right? Not right now. But if you get your signals that this is reversing, although it on the PA here, it tells me, look at this. Why? If it closes like this, I think it's it has switched back to bearish, because it shouldn't be creating those bearish structures, right? Shouldn't be doing that. That tells me that the sellers are taking control again, and if we get a little bit of follow through, it's gonna fall down from the sky, basically.
Yeah, that looks very bearish to me.
Yeah.
Looking at it on the 15-minute, we're powering through on the 15-minute quite significantly. And we ended up with that bearish engulfing candle, albeit yes, it was wicked either side, but we're really going quite strong. We're going past the 200 EMA as well, and the 50 and the 21 are crossing over. So it certainly looks like the sellers are definitely in control.
Yes, and the H2 we have. Let me see. We have 4 minutes for the H2. Is that correct? What am I saying? 4 minutes, yes, for the H2 to close, right? If it closes below that H2 order block, it invalidates it, right? The whole setup comes crumbling down. So that's a good indicator to keep in mind. Will it close below that yellow line? Let's go back to the 5 minute to see it. Will it close below this line? They're here. If it does, then everything is off the table. Reversal can be, you can trash your reversal plans, because it's not gonna, that scenario, because it's not gonna happen. Not from these structures in any case. All right, but it does look at that 5 bearish order block being created on top of the previous one. It's not, if it's going to reverse, it hasn't shifted yet. And on all time frame, there's nothing. It looks very, very bearish. Looks like it just continue to go. It's going to continue to go down. There's only one structure, which is the H1, but nothing else tells us that it's going to reverse from here. Let's just wait another. What is it? 3 minutes for that H2 to close, and the H4 as well, actually. So it's not only Alex, the man himself.
Hello.
How are you doing?
Here he is.
Do you know one of those days where just everything can happen? All I need
anything that can go wrong will go wrong.
I know. And even though it is probably not the most optimal time to trade, we have jumped in an Aussie dollar long.
Aussie dollar long.
Aussie dollar long.
So you're expecting the USD to weaken?
I was looking at Aussie dollar would push up a little bit more, but it doesn't look like it at the moment. May have been a little bit of an impulsive. Yeah, the dollar looks like it's shooting up.
And Alex closes his trades.
No, not yet. But yeah, dollar looks super, super strong when I'm looking at it now. Because obviously there was just news, wasn't there? There was just inflation.
There was CPI.
CPI. Yeah, it was CPI.
Yeah.
Generally, all of it was lower than expected. Not by a significant amount, but low enough by 0.1 across the board. So yeah. LJ, your fanboy there, Alex, with his profile picture of you with, I'm not sure what it is on your head and the sunglasses.
Who's the fan? I'm the fanboy of LJ, not the other way around.
Well, there you go. So there's just mutual love there. But yeah, LJ's with you there on the Aussie longs.
Yeah, doesn't look too good at the moment because I got in just at this import. I'll pull up my chart. Sorry, Victor, you in the middle of something, and I just jumped in.
No. Actually, before you changed my chart, everyone remember there's the H4 that's gonna close in about 48 minutes. Seconds. Take a look at if these order blocks are going to be most likely they are going to be invalidated. So it changes everything from the market. Go ahead, Alex.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
He's getting himself comfortable first.
Oh,
Whilst
Yeah.
Alex does that, it's going to be from one Alpha Beta lab to the other Alpha Beta lab. We've got a couple of scientists here. I don't know how we're describing ourselves, Alex, but yeah, I'm going to go back to the lab and try and see if we can get the website and stuff working. Also got to go and pick up my kids, but I shall leave you guys to it. Hopefully see you guys. Alex and I will be streaming and live tomorrow on our YouTube channel on Alpha Beta Lab. So make sure you join us tomorrow. We'll be there 8 o'clock GMT tomorrow morning. So make sure to join us. We'd love to see you there. Alrighty, cheers, guys. Speak to you soon.
There you go. So it's just me and you, Vic, or are you going on a break as well?
No, let me check when my time. I think I'm gonna stay another half an hour or so. Let me check.
Nice. So that was basically the trade. This was actually a trade somebody in Alpha Beta actually said, mentioned. If I bring it up, somebody mentioned it in the platform. So this is what they were saying, and I love this price action, even though it looks kind of crazy. On the 15-minute, I looked at that and I was like, wow, that is a really nice break retest on the top of the range type of trade. So that was actually earlier today. So when I saw that, then I was like, okay, so I'm going to have a look at it right now, and it did look rather good. So let me go on to that. So we had that massive wick up, that push up on news, and then we had a full retracement. The time where I actually got into the trade, though, it looked like we were actually finding really nice support. We were breaking, as you see this candle right here. It looked like we found support here. We wicked down, and then we pushed up to break above the EMAs. So I was like, okay, for me, that's a signal to get in. So I got in literally onto the top of that candle. My take profit is quite a lot further up. The reason being, I'm just taking just doing it by the extension. Now, if we have a look on the 15-minute, we're still stuck in a range. It's not very nice. We've got this high that has already been taken because of the news, but this high hasn't been taken. So let's have a look what else that high is covering. That's nice support and resistance. We've had all of these wicks down here, which are quite nice. What else can we see to back up my analysis, which I should have done before, but I was just looking at it anyway. There you go. So for me, that looks like a really nice trade. You've had the breakup. You've had a breakup above all of these highs here. This was a nice little bit of supply, but then it's turned into demand here. We've come back into it as well, hit the 50s, the 50 fib, and now we're consolidating along here. Price looks like now it's pushing up. We already had that push up on news to take everybody out. Then it looks like we're going to push up to this next level right here. So I'm quite happy with this trade. We just got to wait and see what happens with this next candle. So if I go like this to this, then I'll put this back on my long position. So long positions on this. And I didn't actually spend too long going through the whole play. I just looked at the momentum. I looked at this, and I've traded patterns like this before, especially when it found support on the EMA and then pushed up. So that's why I jumped straight in and then did my analysis afterwards. But that's the play.
Awesome. There's
gold is really nice as well by the looks of it. It's having the same type of attitude. The only thing with gold, it is stuck in a massive range. So it's like you've got this range that you're playing with right here. So I don't know if you really want to be trading this. This was the trade from yesterday. That was a loss that we took. Overall, markets are fantastic, though. We're in the best. Honestly, I think we're in the best time to be trading at the moment. We are so lucky we got this volatility. It is fantastic. Stop at 627, just under the 200 EMA. 627. That's on AUD curve. No, USD, isn't it? Where have your stops? 6274. Oh, what time frame are you on then? Yeah, that's a good stop. I think you're in a good space. I think this is a good play. This looks good. 6274. Yeah, that's pretty much where my stop is, just a little bit lower. But yeah, I think we're in a good position right now.
What pair is that?
This is a Aussie dollar.
Okay.
Yeah, Aussie dollar long. See gold, I'm long gold. Yeah, I can understand. I can understand why. How to get the name in the Alpha Beta Labs, Alex? When you first open it up and you first register, you'd be able to give your names. Let's have a look. Let's do it on while we're on the screen together. Okay, so you should have a profile. You go view profile, and then it showed my email address. Doesn't matter, but you'd go edit, and you'd be able to sort your name out right there. We already have a lot of people in here giving some really nice value as well. We have people that have already got into some nice scalping trades. Stephen yesterday as well got into a really nice trade. I don't know if anybody saw him live today with Mike, but that was the start. That's where I got in as well. But that was the start of this position. You can see where it came down as well and put me into the drawdown. Mike's already been through this, hasn't he, Victor?
No, he hasn't. At least not. I didn't notice he did. Go ahead,
enough.
Saul. Go
So
ahead.
you've got in here. You've got all of these different courses. Some of these are coming up. So the Legacy Gold Trading System by Daniel. He trades a swing trading strategy on gold. Super interesting. You've got me that is doing more market structure. Jonathan's done a course on the technical analysis fundamentals. That is also really cool. So the idea with Alpha Beta, you're going to have loads of different courses and loads of different things. We're working on NLP at the moment as well, because that will be super interesting. So once you sign up, you'll have access to the fundamentals course with Dirk, and then also the trading psychological hacks with Louise Bedford. Contributors as well. Anybody that contributes to the community they get rewarded. So you get rewarded with hub credits, with accounts, with premium subscriptions like TradingView and all of those different things. So that's obviously if you're contributing and giving good value. If you're just spamming and nobody's reacting, well, there you go. Because these are only people that have put content up and people have reacted to it. So that's how you get points in this particular platform. Then you've got community contributions, so strategy banks, loads of different strategy banks from different people. I quite like this one, which is brand new. This is somebody that has done some type of market structure type of strategy, and this is something that I would trade as well. Jack, this is free. Okay, it's a free community, and so on and so forth. That's enough shilling Alpha Beta. Let's have a look at what we're actually doing back on AUD CAD.
There's
Sorry, Victor.
No problem. I was gonna show something, but actually let me. Good stuff.
Yeah. Like some beats in the background.
Sure. Love it. What I wanted to say was actually, let me change the screen. There's someone asking about the community, how to join Alpha Beta Lab. It's a great opportunity.
Lucky for us, our main website's actually down on Webflow. So I will send the link in here and you'll be able to use it from a link because our website is actually down. The platform isn't down, but the website is. But if you give me a few minutes, I'll be able to sort that for you. What were you going to show, Victor?
Yes, let's do that. All right, so on the higher time frames where we were looking at previously, just looking at the candles, right? Naked chart, look in the candles. You can see here, I'm not gonna put any arrows because if I do, then all the other objects are going to be visible. But we had before, well, actually we just had the H4 close, which closed invalidating the previous bullish structure we had on the H4. This is typical for news, right? High volatility, the market tricks you into thinking it's going to go higher by building H4 and H2 order blocks just to turn around after or during the news. What we have here is a bullish structure, right? Outside bar, very bullish structure. That's this one, right? That's the bullish outside bar. That is then at the news negated and creates a bearish outside bar, meaning we went from quite bullish, right, because it's an outside bar, into very bearish based on these candles, right? So when I see that, obviously you need to be quick, right? We need to be flexible, go with what the PA is telling you. If the PA is invalidating the structure, then you need to see if there's anything else. Is it forming the opposite way? And in this case, it is. If you look at the H4, it created that bigger H4 order block, which is this. And if you go to the lower time frames, you can find that's an outside bar in the H2 as well. And the H1, isn't that great because it's quite wider, even wider than I think it's wider than it's not wider than the H4, but it is quite wide, so it's not helping you. So I would go with the H2, right? So the H1 is not the fresh H1 is not the reason that I want to trade. And then I ask myself, do I have other reasons? And there was someone in the chat that already saw this happening. Good for you, which is, who was it? Let me see if I can spot and put your name on. There you go, Rodrigo Quesada. Awesome, because if you I really like that you indeed saw that quasi, because in my book we have, this is the level for the structure, right? This is the level for the structure. That's the neckline. So that makes this the left shoulder. It makes this the head, right? So we have a reversal structure in the making as well. And here we are. We didn't have anything before, right? So we didn't have, if you measure the retracement on this move, it didn't break first. So now it broke. Now you can go back and see in this from this point to that point, what reasons do we have for price to do the reversal, to form that right shoulder, right? And of course, we already have the fresh order block, and because this is a 1 hour quasi, we need to be using a 1 hour structure, which gives us another confluence, because you have the H1 is not only fresh, but it's also a part of an entry of a quasi. So you have multiple things telling you H4 fresh, the quasi on the H1 telling you that this is a great area if price comes back. If it comes back to this area, and especially within these two, we could be looking for a reversal pattern on the lower time frame. So if we do that, let's go to the 15-minute. On the 15, there isn't anything. Let's see if there is. There isn't.
Yeah,
and if we go to the 5,
Gold looks good. Looks like it's holding as well. It's a golden bear. Looks like it's holding in that area.
You're looking gold for a long, is that correct?
It looks like it's holding the area. It could push higher, I think. Yeah, maybe.
Nice. Coming back to EU, let's see. We have the H1, or this is the area that becomes now interesting for a short, right? Let me see if I can, this area, right? That between those two yellow horizontal lines. So if we go to the 5 minute, do we see reasons to go to a short? Obviously, the bigger quasi is way too big. We can't use that, right? Because we have one here. This is overlapping. This is the second. And let's see, this is the third. Yeah, this bigger one, we can get a structure out of it. So if anything, if price comes back, it will have to create a new one, right? A new structure that would be, let's see if I have something. Actually, we could use this structure because this high was created by the news, the wick of the news, right? So that allows me to use this structure and look for quasis as price is making them. Let's see. So that makes me want to be identifying. Let me see. That will. There. If price comes back, then these areas could be, the areas we will see price react to help us get entries short, right? We're trying to get the short there. Either it's going to use one of these structures, right? These two on this time frame, that one and the other one, and actually we have another one as well. Do we have more than 3? Because if we do, then I don't want to use that structure anymore. Actually, this is wider. And in that case, yeah. Okay. So these are the structures I can identify. We actually have 3 of them. It's not very, it's not ideal because they're very close to each other. But it is what it is. So if price comes back to these areas and on the same time frame, on the 5 minute, gives me a reason to believe that the sellers are taking control, then I would be happy taking the trade short, putting my stop above it and target lower. And in this case, because we have a daily order block, a daily reason, is it a quasi? Let me check if it's a quasi. It is. So because of that, the ultimate, it sounds weird right now, but the ultimate structure, because of that daily, the ultimate target for that is this. It sounds out of this mind. I know, I understand that. But these are based on statistics, right? These targets are based on the statistics and the greater structure we see. And if I want to be more conservative, then I will just go to the next daily, which would be this, right? That would be my conservative target, next structure in the same time frame. But given the bigger picture, right, the bigger quasi, right, I would be targeting this. It's out of this world to think this, to have this target after such bullish impulsive move. But the statistics don't take into account those things. It's that's how it is. All right, let's go to the deeper into the lower time frames to see. And right now it's just waiting. It's a waiting game, waiting for price to come back to this area, and then we see if there's anything we can do. All right, let's look at the chat to see if we have anything. Any requests before I leave? I'm gonna be going on a break in about 10 minutes or so.
Oh God, then you're all stuck with me. You're all stuck with me alone. Oh my gosh. God, how is the stream going to survive?
Marina has joined us, a regular in the Discord community. Hello, Marina. All right. Let's see. Heidi, if you have any questions about the contest, about emails, I think the best place to ask is in the support. I think on the website, I know on the website, on the 5ers, we have live support. Go on there and ask support for your question. They are better informed than we are about everything that happens in the company. We have one request here for Euro Aussie dollar. Maybe we'll take a look at that. Let's see. And we also have a request for the Kiwi dollar. I'm not sure I can touch on all of them. Victor, I think the leg on the H4 initiated, and we will see some retracement on euro dollar. Well, do you mean short as I was looking, or?
Sorry, I was just testing someone out.
Mike was requesting or was wondering if you could have. I don't know if you're going to be on when Saul is going to be on live trading, but have Saul listen to these natural habitats excerpts, little short audio tapes, audio files.
I'll only allow this if everybody just pushes buy on their screens and just push Australia dollar up. That's what we want. And I'm totally joking. Don't actually do this. There is a disclaimer below. We should all pump up Aussie dollar.
Vinicius, yes, I would say there's a there's a good probability of a retrace, because we had a maybe I should show my my chart a little bit. Alex, I'm gonna switch quickly. We had, when I see the market make a statement like it has right now, because before we had, remember, we had that outside bar, right, telling us very clear, loud and clear, that the buyers are coming in and taking over. And the last candle on the H4 was even louder, telling us that to me, that's a big statement, right? Negating the sellers and telling, no, you're not pushing price lower. We are pushing price. I mean, you're not pushing price higher. We are pushing price lower, right? The sellers have taken control in an even bigger way. Typically when the market, makes a big statement like that, what we typically see is it does the statement and then retraces, right? Because it made what it was, the purpose of that price action was completed. It made clear who is in control. So they relax. It seems like the market relaxes, it retraces, and then it moves in that direction of that statement. So, and that's exactly the idea behind the order block, right? So the market creates these structures and then comes back to retest them, right? And that retest is usually after it made the statement, it retraces and gives you a better entry price before it continues and has that follow-up move to the downside in this case. So yes, I agree completely with you, Vinicius, that I think we can already see, of course, that it is retracing, and this is the area. These are the areas on the 5-minute that I think are great opportunities if price action on on the lower time frame and the reversal patterns and everything, if they confirm that the sellers are getting back to the market at these areas, or it can just create a new structure, right? It can create a new structure as well, something like this, without interacting with those structures. Maybe something like that That could be all it needs. As long as it comes back within these two yellow lines, it makes sense. A PA makes sense, and if it makes sense, then you should be trading it, because you should have your data confirming you. But to me, when I know from the data that if it does this, then I have a high probability trade if I'm able to get everything lined up. The H1s, H4, the PA on the lower time frame, the reversal pattern, and everything is in the same direction. Then there's nothing for me to doubt, and just take the trade and let the odds play out. It's not going to work all the time, but hey, that's the best thing we can do, which is put the odds in our favor and just throw the dice. Basically, it's not a bet like a casino, but let the probabilities do their thing and not force anything on any direction. All right, Warren Buffett entered the chart. What do they mean by that? What do you mean by that, Barry? All right, so we have Ali. Ali, do not post the same messages. That's not something we appreciate. I'm sure it's an accident, but make sure it doesn't happen again. All right, let's look at, we have another 4 minutes before I take my break. I think I'm gonna look at GU, because the other pairs, the Kiwi dollar and the Euro Aussie, it's gonna take me more than 4 minutes to analyze properly. So I'm gonna look at GU and to see if we have anything for you guys. So we have an order block below us, fresh. If price comes into it, then I'm interested in going to the lower time frame to find an entry or a reason to go in on long, of course, from that demand area. We're not there yet. On the H2, H4, we did have, and actually this is much better. We did have an order block that was created, a fresh order block that was retested not long ago. Let me mark this out. Right, in this wick. So we had a reason on the H4 to look for an entry there. On the H2 as well. Right there. It didn't get to that place. So that makes it, well, actually, if it comes back to this area, I could. Right, because then I would have that needed alignment, right? So that would be the two, and of course the alignment is only if we have this, right? So those are the areas that I would be interested in taking along from based on the H4. And on the H1 we have another area there, but the H2 is already covering it, so it's okay. Let's go to the lower time frame to see if we have anything along that is. Actually, we only have one structure, which is this, right? So the 5 minute, that would be an entry order block for me. If price comes back into this area, then and does give us a structure that tells us that the market is actually. Yes, if it tells us that the buyers are coming in after it reaches this area, then that could be something that I will be able to use for a trade long. Let me see.
Yeah, gold is in a massive range. So yeah, gold's in a range, pretty savage range actually.
On the 1 minute? No, on the bigger time frame, I see that. Okay, but it is but that's so typical, right? See gold taking the highs and then go on to take the lows. That's very typical of gold. All right, so this would be my plan for GU is wait for price to get to this area, the order block below us, and see if it does. That doesn't mean it's going to necessarily do it, but if it comes to that area, then I'll be interested in taking a long from this order block. And of course, if it comes lower as well, I would be looking for, I think these are no longer valid since the structure expanded. Let's see if they are. This is the 3 minute. Actually, they're still valid. So I would be able to take a trade from them as well.
All right, gold.
Even,
pound looks long to me.
Yep, these are the structures that I have identified. I think on the two though, the one has for sure has gone. Okay, so that one we can eliminate, and the two, I think quite possibly is gone as well. Yes, it has. Okay, so I'm gonna take these away. I only have the 5 and the 3 minutes. So these are the structures that if price comes back to them, we could have a nice entry from. And of course, I'm gonna be targeting that high or something that makes sense on perhaps on the 1 hour. All right, so I'm gonna be taking my break. I'm gonna come back, Alex, in 30 minutes, if I'm not mistaken. Let me check. Yes, 30 minutes. I'll be back.
Okie dokie.
See you then.
Okay, see you in a bit. We're gonna crank
All
up
right.
the music just a little bit, guys. Tell me if it's too loud. I'll remove Victor. Oh god, it's a bit. And we'll put on my chart. And oh my god, I've been left alone to trade with all of you lot. Gosh, lucky you guys, lucky me. Let's have a look at Aussie USD because I can keep an eye on it. And we can talk about some other little trades that we've had, the reasons why we got in, and whatever you guys want to talk about, we can. Other than me and LJ, is anybody else actually in this position or in a long or a short? Is anybody? Why is it as well? Why is this in that format? Let's see if we can make this a bit bigger. Hold on a second. That's a little bit better. We'll do it like that. Long, long, long. Okay, that's bad. We're all long. Oh god, you know what the statistics are about traders? These CFDs. Maybe we're not going to be part of the statistic today. Long both EU and GU. I haven't had a look at EU today. I haven't really been too much on the charts. Let's just have a look at EU. Everybody's probably gone over this already, but that's a nice level right there. 86.55, really nice level. So at the moment we're just stuck in this range, so anything in here would be a nice opportunity to get long. If we break under this low, then we'll be looking to come back into some of these areas right here, I would say, but that's a long, you've got a lot. That's on a 4 hour though, so anything really day trading. Let's have a look on the 5 minute on a day trade. Oof. We've got trading gold on the 1 minute. See, the problem is we're all long AUD CAD, AUD USD, or just like anything against the dollar. And you see this here, we do have a lot more potential for the dollar to actually push up, because you see we've got quite a lot of volume in these candles here, and then just to go a quarter of the direction, it's taken us 4 days. So it's just all of these little areas as well are just asking to be taken out, which isn't too good for our position. But you know, anything can happen. Aussie dollar USD looks super good for the long side. Gold, again, if you're trading this range, then fair play to you, to be honest, because this is a really nice kind of take out all of these lows like that and then just go to the top of the other range. So Louis, if you're trading it like that, very nice. Yeah, I got the feeling of that as well, to be honest. I haven't traded much EU recently. It's mostly been pound and gold. These are really nice setups that I would have taken. Ugh, look at that though. Horrible price action. Yeah, we'll see. All we can do is just watch price and see what happens. If we have a look at just all of the futures as well, everything really against the dollar. I know this is delayed a little bit, but still everything against the dollar. Aussie dollar is probably the strongest out of all of them, except for pounds. You've got pound that is quite strong, but everything else, yen's really weak at the moment. So out of every one that you could trade against the dollar, Aussie or pound are probably the two of the best pairs. Have a look at that. Okay, so pound, Aussie dollar is stuck really in a range. So we're trading in this range right here. Yeah, let's have a look at euro. Yeah, it's a lot nicer, to be honest. So this is kind of like a bread and butter. I would say a bread and butter trade that I would take. If we turn that around, it's actually really good. You know, I don't look at this pair at all. Like, I'd never look at this pair, but it's quite a good example of return to the mean type of trade. So if I invert this, because it's better, it's easier for me to see inverted charts anyway. So we've had a really nice push down. So you've got swing high here, or this is swing low, but swing low there. So this is the range that we're currently playing in. And up until now, we've had, this is inverting, yeah, but we're just talking about it in an inverted. So it looks like it's got a lot of strength. So it's to actually come up to this 50 after a big leg down. This looks super. This would have been a nice trade, because price tried to break these lows, couldn't. Found consolidation, took everybody out, and then pushed up to the 200 EMA. We put a fib as well from here to the top. There you go. You've got your 50 right there as well. Super clean setup. Let's turn that around right now. So super clean setup. As soon as you would have seen that price broke the EMAs, for me, that would have been a sign that we're coming to the next EMA. That's the only way I use EMAs. So if the price has broken one EMA, I'm expecting it to go to the next EMA in line. Good example, the same thing, look here as well. So we've had price break this EMA right here. So now where am I looking for it to go to? This EMA right now. Now that would have been on a 5-minute time frame, that would have been a 200 EMA. So if we do something like this, we'll put it on a 5-minute. Let's have a look what we actually had with this price action. So the 200 EMA is going to be there. So we'd have a break, ideally a retracement, and then you would have ideally have gone short for the 200 EMA on there. Is it going to hit? There you go. So that would have been a really nice trade. The retracement would have been here. So you'd have taken your high to your low. You would have got in. To be honest, I would have probably got into the 50. I'd have had my stop on above here. I've been playing around with getting in at the 618, but I find that I get taken out of the 618. I miss too many trades when I try and get in at the 618. That would have been a really nice trade back down to the 200 EMA on the 5-minute. So yeah. So that would have been, that's a really nice trade. We have CAD news in 5 minutes. Let's have a look. We had a really nice trade on CAD for the same kind of like a really nice continuation trade. This was actually, where did we say this? Where was that CAD trade? Okay, so yeah, that was this trade right here. We got in at 9.49. So it's actually around here. Well, all of this was like a simple, we broke up, we had a change of character right here. First of all, we couldn't break down any lower than here. That was the first sign. The second sign is we've had a change of character right there. And then we've had a push up and a retracement back to the EMAs. But all of the EMAs have come really, 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 really tight together. And we're consolidating in this area right here. So this is a really coiled tight consolidation with, again, with the EMAs all pointing upwards. Was really just a nice continuation idea. We had a push back up, we came back down. I actually got taken out of my first position because my stop was underneath this. So I got taken out, but I got back into the trade once I saw that it was just a stop. So I got back in to it right there, and I got out there. So that was the eventual trade. And now let's have a look at what it's doing. Is retracing from entries. It could, yeah, it's just ranging, to be honest, mate. I've got my stop at 62774. Unless it comes and takes me out at 62774, I'm not actually doing anything. Well, how do we know market reversals during live trading only possible of? No, the price is showing you. If you a market reversal, the price is first it's showing you what it's doing. Let's say, let's wait till the CAD news comes out. We'll see what happens, and we'll do some back testing live, and we'll see if we can catch kind of reversals, I guess. But especially if you're late, look at something like that. If you're late in the session, you had a really big impulse, prices tried to push up again, and then it's broken the EMAs, then that's a good sign, especially if you're taking out that low. That's a good sign of reversal, to be honest. We've got 1 more minute. But also, you've got to figure out where you're looking for reversals as well. If you're looking at reversals just in the middle of nowhere, that's going to be very, very difficult. But if you're looking at high levels of supply and demand or levels of support and resistance, and then you see a double top or you see a swing failure pattern or anything like that, then the likelihood that price is going to reverse from that area is a lot higher. So yeah, we'll have a look at some of those things. Is that it? Is the news out? That's it. There's nothing. Didn't do anything. Wow, that was super anticlimactic. Okay, let's see if we can find some reversals. So let's pick an asset. Well, let's pick euro dollar for the sake of it. Get rid of the drawings. Let's just do there. Okay, so what have we got here? Price is pushing down. Have we got any kind of... I would say, first of all, the first thing that I would do is I'm having a look where the 50 fib is on this. Then I'm going to go down to a lower time frame. What have we got here? So we've got a level, a really nice level right here. That's where the 50 fib is. Let's see if we've got anything lower where we would potentially get. Okay, we got a level. Don't think I got touched. Maybe a level there. So let's see what we've got on the 5-minute time frame or something like this. So nothing's going to happen. This is outside of market hours. I'm saying, look, a nice little setup on this would be coming back into that area from here. You've got really nice consolidation, top of the range. So we'd look for a break of the range continuation from there. So let's see if we can actually get something like that. So market is open. Let's just get into this trade right here. Okay, so ideally we would like price to push up just a little bit more because we haven't actually pushed up, but let's just, for the sake of it, we're going to have a buy here. We're going to put a take profit on that 200 EMA. We're going to get out if it goes back down to the bottom of the range. Let's go on to a 15-minute time frame. That looks even better. There you go. Ladies and gentlemen, return to the mean type of trade. Let's see if we can find another one. And while Ahmed is asked, we'll just quickly have a look at GU. GU. Let's have a look. I'm going to get rid of this replay for a sec. StreamYard, man. Look, we're playing at the moment. We're playing in. I'll just mark out. We're on a 15-minute, really. Let me just mark out all of these. Let's go into a higher time frame. No, that would be what we were playing with. So we've had a break. We're playing. This would be the low. Yeah, it doesn't look good for GU, to be honest. it doesn't look good. So you've got this high that couldn't get taken. You've got these lows. Really, you'd be looking for, you know, anything within this area, the range that we're playing with. If price breaks under, then you'd be looking for this low to get taken. At the moment, we tried to have a push up. We failed. We had a big wick down. Now it's broken all of these lows right here. If it closes under these candles with a body close, so it takes out all of these wicks, then I think we're gonna see these areas right here, which isn't too good for the Aussie play, to be honest. So we'll have to see. GU heading for OB. What is the OB, mate? Order block. Order block. OB, of course you are. Talk about an order block. See, this is nice. This is still really nice, because let's say if we take away that. We're now looking at, when we're looking for momentum, or when I'm looking for momentum, I don't really care about what historical price action is doing. I'm only looking at what it's doing right now. So if I take, it's just reacting from the 618 fib right there. So it still looks good. Look to see risk on momentum flow through, or is it from the near time exhaustion recovery from Stompter? Might consider hedging on the trade with an EU short. That's an interesting play. I could see why you would want to go short. Yeah, I could see why you'd want to go short. The only thing is, going short, we're so close to this area here. Now the problem is with that, depends where you've got your stop, because I reckon that is going to be a place where you're going to get a lot of people are going to get trapped trying to short down in these areas. So what you could think of is price breaks down, then comes back in and really starts pushing back up, and then everybody that is, you know, got their stops in places like that above the highs are just going to get absolutely wrecked. Still expecting 15-minute AUD to flip bearish. Let's see if we can see your bearish idea. I can definitely see your bearish idea. Yeah. Yeah. Backs up the whole dollar strength, to be honest. Yeah, look, EU super extended coming in to this level here. Even if we're looking for an extension on, okay. Even if we're looking at this level right here, which is 8543. Yeah, it's pretty much in your area, isn't it? That's not a bad trade, mate. Really not a bad trade if you're short that. Now that's not good for our Aussie long. We might have to get out of this Aussie long, to be fair. Yeah, I think so. I think I'm going to get out of this Aussie long. One more thing. I think Saul is in the background. We'll see what he thinks. He's coming on very soon. Oh mate, let's have a look. I haven't seen Salah. Oh my gosh. Crypto is a killer, isn't it? Then again, that looks. Can close and just trickle around these areas. Might be a really good time on Solana to actually buy. Or 125. I think Charlie's turned down the music. Oh my god, there he is. He's turned down the music. Why has he turned down the music? Is it that loud? We can't hear you. You're muted. Is it that loud?
Yeah, I can't hear myself, Alex.
Did you turn it down on your computer though?
Yes.
No, you haven't.
I'm screaming here.
let me tell you what we're in, what we're currently playing with, and then you can tell us what you think. So we've got a couple of us that are long AUD USD. So I'm long at 6292.
You're long on Euro USD?
No, not Euro USD, AUD USD.
AUD USD. Okay.
Indeed. LJ is also long, but he's thinking about going short on Euro USD to hedge, which is an interesting play.
Okay.
And then we've got some others that are trading the range on gold, which, mate, fair play. If Louis is trading this on the 1 minute, fair play to him, because that is gorgeous.
Yeah, after the news, there's been, that's called an outside range. You get a push to the upside and then a push to the downside, and then you go back to the range. That's a tough one. I actually will stay away from gold right now. I was, putting have a look at the Euro USD. Let me
chart.
let me bring. Yeah, there you go. And we were looking at AUD USD. You mentioned someone's long on AUD USD.
I'm long AUD USD. I think LJ is also long. We've got a few others that are long as well. We got, I think Barry is short. So Barry's looking to get short on AUD USD. And we've also got, that's it. Who else? Tell us what you guys are in, if I haven't mentioned already.
When I see the daily on the AUD USD, I just think stay away. Like for myself, because we've been stuck in this range on the daily for so long.
Yeah.
That going. I mean, you can go both directions, but right now we're in the middle of that range, and you see the range is so. If we go to the hourlies, maybe to try to. I don't know. I wouldn't know what to do with. I don't have a clear action plan to a setup like this, to a market like this. I'm more interested in a market. If you see Euro USD, we had an impulse, so we have momentum, we have direction, we have something. AUD USD has been just dead. So I believe trading here would be a bit more challenging, at least for me. But if you have a system that will, make something for you in this case, so be it, right? But how are you, Alex? How are you, Victor? How are you, traders? The point, I'm still recovering from yesterday's event. How's your back, Alex? You run the whole show yesterday, so how are you doing?
My back is good. Thanks.
Hi, Saul. I didn't want to interrupt to say hi before, but welcome back. The audience I'm sure people in the audience are dying to see your trades, as they always are. Your trades are very, very popular with the audience, and it's for a good reason. So what are you looking at today for trades? What pair? What direction? What is catching your eye today?
Yeah, let's get into it. So Euro USD, I like the fact that we had this the last days we have a nice direction to the upside. We are, however, at the top of this supply area, which might make it's an intriguing position, because we're not sure if from here we'll have a strong retracement to the downside, or we have only a pullback and a continuation. Anyways, after this strong impulse to the upside, I will, like, my overall bias will stay to the upside until we see on the dailies a strong signal of trend reversal and potentially change in direction in the market and turning into the downside. So kind of my bias is more bullish than bearish. Then I go to the hourlies and I mark my key levels, which are there and there. So as long as we stay above those levels, that demand area, and I'll zoom in, I'll tune this, but kind of those levels, I'll keep I'll stay with my bias. If we break down from these levels, kind of, I don't know, maybe potentially these levels there, then we might start to see like important movements to the next levels down here. So I would hold on, buying more until we get to those points, and then we analyze how are those movements being formed. But I think, as long as we stay above those levels, I'm fine staying, with my bias. I'll go to the 5-minute chart and I refine my levels, and I see, even on the 5-minute chart, we have a nice impulse to the upside, and then another support there. And we're right now where we had that support. We're trading around that. After the news, it's a bit confusing on what direction to go with. So I will stick to my bias and to the momentum of the current movements and the current impulses. So I'll just keep an eye on the market. I'll try to read the momentum of current impulses, and I'll try to navigate this successfully. So ideally, I keep my bias to the upside unless there's a clear signal that we're going to the downside, and I'll wait then for the market to come to these levels that I marked previously, and from those levels I'll feel comfortable on buying. So that's my.
What are those levels exactly? What price level are we talking about?
Yeah, the price level would be this area around 1.83, 1.84, and the upper level that would be 1.853 to 1.085, something like that. So those levels there, which are the demand areas in which we see important movements were initiated from those levels. So right now we kind of had this support previously, but we have already consumed it many times, and all the news was around those levels. So right now it's a tricky spot, a tricky level to trade. But I'll see if there's some momentum. The last thing I want to see, if these ranges, these little ranges in the 1-minute chart have enough distance, to actually make some money in between them. So these are 10 pips, around 12 pips, 13 pips. So it's fine. Last candles have been kind of slowing down a little bit, but at least the whole range has enough room for me to make money. The other pair I want to check is dollar yen, which has had lately a lot of nice volatility, and so I'll see if there's some opportunity on dollar yen just because of the volatility, and if not, I think I'll stick to Euro USD for this session. So I'll wait for some pullbacks, and I'll try to build some long positions.
Nice. Yes, so do you do these levels you just mentioned? I think you said 0.083 and 0.085. Does price need to get there before you start building up your long position, or can you already start doing that?
No, I'll start before because of the bias, but at those levels I'll go more aggressive. At those levels I expect the market to react even more, and then I'll go a bit more aggressive. Before those levels, above those levels, just I need like a 1-minute patterns to tell me, okay, there's something to do right now. So if I find just, I don't know, the market coming down to this area or this area, I'll just try to scalp a little bit, just this range, to pick something out this range on the 1-minute chart. But if the market then goes slowly to these levels there, I'll wait for a reaction of these levels, and then I'll feel comfortable being a bit more aggressive as I have my, expecting the buyers that previously caused those large movements to be active again.
Perfect.
I'm in a waiting game right now, so I'll wait for a little pullback to the middle of the range, to this area or to the support level, to see if there's a new reaction.
Nice, and we have Jonatan with us. How are you doing, Jonatan? How was that chicken feed?
Chicken feed, all good. Who's messing around with my layouts? It's definitely Alex. What is going on? We can't.
You're muted, Alex.
What are you saying? Chicken feed? What are you doing with chicken feed?
We're it's an insider joke, Alex. You won't get it.
Oh, all right then.
I was just at the hospital checking out my chicken foot.
Chicken foot.
No, chicken feet comes from Dirk, because apparently in German you say chicken feet when you have cold feet. So he was going to make a decision, and he said, "I have chicken feet," and everyone's like, "What do you mean you have chicken feet?"
Cold feet, huh?
Yeah. So now every time we're going to take a trade, we're like, "I don't know, man. I got chicken feet."
Nice.
Yeah. Okay.
AUD looks like it's pushing up again. So whoever's still long, proud of you.
You can share. You long?
No, it's literally in the same range that it was in before. To be honest, there's nothing really to share.
There's not much.
Literally doing nothing. But I would love for it just to push up and take out the wick before it had news, or after the news. That'd be really nice.
Do you use wicks, Saul, in your price action reading, or your strategy trade plan? Do you use wicks?
Yeah, usually I do take it into account, because wicks are a signal of a strong rejection from certain area. So let's say if we take this wick as an example, and you zoom into that wick, maybe you go to TradingView and you can go to the 1 second chart or something like that. You will see this wick was formed like this, right? So it went up and very, very quickly went down. So it technically created supply area, right? So it's a key level within the wick. So having the if we can go even deeper into understanding how the wick was formed, and it actually caused like a key selling area, then I do take them into account, because I'm counting on the market to react in a similar way than previous one. So yeah, I do take them into account.
Nice.
Let me show you something, guys. Whenever we have Trump speaking or tweeting or whatever, we now have a way to alert you all and like to pay attention, right? And it looks like this. Oh, I love that little dance. Yeah. So that's a no. When you see this, you gotta pay attention. You gotta pay attention to price action. We had just before I left, we had CPI, right? Did we have anything unexpected happening with that?
Well, yes, we got a nice move, a nice wick, or actually an impulsive move, because it took more than just a few moments. It was a 1 minute candle, quite bullish. Maybe I can show it on the charts. Let me take the in terms of EU, we had a very nice reaction, right? This is the time of the news came in, the CPI, but it was retraced quite quickly. And not only that, it went on breaking the structure on the relevant time frame, which is in this case the structure was based on the H4. We came from an from an outside bar, a bullish one, into reverse completely, right? So we had this bullish outside bar, meaning the market was readying up to continue go higher, and then we were the last candle, which was after that CPI came in, was a bearish outside bar. So we reversed completely, and I did too. I was looking for a long. I didn't get the signal, and it was before the news, so I couldn't get in anyways. But now I switched. I want to go short from these levels into the supply area or demand area we have below, where Saul, you are as I understand, you're looking to go long based on these areas, especially if the market gets there. So all of this was, of course, after CPI came out. So it's very interesting. I think probably some traders, were caught in the wrong direction there, because it did look on the lower time frames. It did look like price wanted to reverse and continue much higher. And of course, now we are in the complete opposite. The sellers are in control currently on the time frame of the 5, and I would say even on the 1 hour, we're making lower lows, and convincingly so. Look at that outside bar on the 1 hour. Very, very obvious that the sellers came in at least at this point and are likely to push price at least a little bit lower before it reverses and continue the bigger trend to the upside. So that's on CPI. I'll put your screen back, Saul.
Yeah, Saul. I'm looking at your USD right now. By the way, guys, in the comments, make sure that you ask any questions that you might have for Saul, our very own CEO. Not many CEOs have a platform that comes on to do some live scalping. So make sure that if you do have any questions, make sure to drop them in the comments. I want to short Euro USD, definitely.
Yeah, I'm also in a short position right now. All my analysis is like, I should be looking for opportunities to go long. But as I look at current momentum and price action, I see some pressure to the downside. So I'll see if I can catch a little movement to the downside, and if before the core position I want to build, which is to the long side. But it feels like the momentum is switching slowly to the downside from this point.
Okay, so what on this price action that you're looking at right now on the 1 minute, where would your idea be invalidated?
Validated, yeah, somewhere around these levels. This is the range. So we have the week that we mentioned. It could work as a selling area, last selling area, and honestly, above that, there's not much. There's a little bit of resistance there, but I wouldn't be relying on that. And if we break that area, we'll most likely go to these levels and that's levels, which is far away from where I want to be. So I guess, around those levels, those levels, that's the area I want to be out, especially if we approach, the resistance area in a strong way, then I certainly want to get out. So we'll see how this unfolds. I just feel this kind of the strength going, or the momentum trying to turn on the market to the downside. So, I'm just with 2 positions on. I don't have a lot of room to add into this position, probably around the resistance level itself. And depending on how we get there, I might add another position. But if we start building momentum to the upside, then I'll just take the losses. There's not much to do.
Yeah, I've just entered a short on EU, and I've got my stop loss. Let's see, maybe I can just share my screen and we can compare.
Yeah, sure.
This is on the again on the evaluation account, and I think if you go to the 1 minute, you're looking at this structure, but I have my stop loss a little bit higher. I want my stop loss to be like well above the range, and now because I want to be able to close the position well before my stop loss is actually hit.
Yeah.
But I do see that there is I like what Victor talked about. I think it's much easier if I share TradingView to actually show the analysis. But like what Victor talked about, this it's sort of like this that I'm trading to the downside, that move, and I would like to see this perhaps come down and hit this area, because we are, if we zoom out, let me see if I can bring back that level. Yeah, this one. If we zoom out, I mean, this is such a big daily resistance that I think it would be quite foolish not to look for shorts based on the moves that we got here after CPI. I mean, like a daily resistance, we got selling pressure coming in, and we have clear invalidation level. Like if we get something like this, then the idea obviously is invalidated.
And especially, CPI was the opportunity for the market to continue all the way to the next level on the dailies. To break the whole resistance area you marked on the daily charts. So the CPI was the opportunity to take the market even further to the upside. And the fact that the market held, that's also an indication. Okay, I'm willing to stay around this area, so potentially lower than these prices in the in the mid range term.
I'll bring your chart up here and we'll see what it develops into.
It's fun. It's funny to see because we are basically agreeing that the momentum is building up to the downside, even though the bigger picture is still bullish, and we should, the bias on the bigger picture is still bullish, and we should also look for buyers, if price switches back to bullish or it goes lower and gets into those demand areas. But our approach is completely different because, for example, if I may put my screen on, in my case, for example, I would wait for price to, while you, Saul, being a scalper, you're already building your position, and Jonatan as well, you are already in the position. I'm actually waiting for price to come back to the something into the extremes, right? Jonatan, you always tell me that I get in at the extremes of the move, right? When it goes, it retraces a lot against me or against the idea, and if I go to the, let's say, the 5 minutes, I look for those structures, and these are the reasons why I would be able to get in, and that's why. And that's the difference. That's what I wanted to mention, that I would wait all the way for price to come back to me before continuing in the direction. And it's funny to see how, the difference between our approaches.
Yeah, but it's interesting because what you're doing just makes a lot of sense. It really does makes a lot of sense, but I don't want to wait for that. I'd rather take a trade, then I'm getting stopped out, I'll enter a new one where you want to enter yours. I feel like we're going to be sitting here, we're going to be waiting for such a long time if that happens. But if that move happens, then yeah, I think it's a good area because it feels like it's the, if we have this daily range, and it's the very, the daily resistance, it's at the very high of that resistance. I'm going to create a poll, guys, in the comments. I'm going to see if you guys are bullish or bearish on your USD. And remember, we got the excuse me, we got the CEO on here, and he's currently short. So I hope you are as well. You don't want to be fading. You want to be fading.
No, many times I'm wrong. I just keep reading price action, and if we saw together, this candle, and if you saw it real time, you saw how it went up and strongly to the downside. Same for this one, it went up and strongly to the downside. So it's kind of that same momentum to the downside, the pressure to the downside. It's present there. That's why I added a little bit to the position. Now I just need a little bit of follow through. And other exercise I find useful doing, it's like hiding my trade levels, okay? And then I look at my charts clean, and I say, okay, if I would just open up my charts, what I'll be looking to do right now, right? Mm-hmm. And then I'm not influenced by the position that I'm already in and I'm already engaged. I say, okay, I'm at the top. I reanalyze the whole chart to see if the current position I'm in actually makes sense, to the new information I have now present in the market. So, we had a couple of attempts to go up, and then that has been slowed down. So there hasn't been a lot of follow through to the upside. To be honest, we're kind of stuck. We're investing a lot of time, a lot of minutes just in order to get a couple of pips. So it's not the best trading scenario. You know, we would rather to have like larger candles and more directional movement in order to, you know, make money faster. Because in this case, you know, we're live now. We want to be active now, but you know, in optimal conditions, I would be waiting for, you know, more volatility or momentum in order to not be sitting here 10 minutes just to make 3 pips on each one of these trades. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So in that scenario, maybe you switch to another asset, another market that is more volatile. There's momentum.
Yeah. Sorry, Victor. And just, you know, I'm always, you know, increasing my confidence in my setup and decreasing, you know, I said this yesterday, I never get married with my setups, right? In my idea. So as new information in the market comes in, my confidence in the setup increases or decreases. So I'm now looking for a push to the downside. And the fact that after this, you know, a strong push to the downside, a strong push to the downside, I was expecting a little bit of follow through from those movements, and the fact that it's, you know, not happening against the bull, you know, the bulls are present, then I reconsider, okay, my size allocation. So maybe those 2 positions that I added, you know, because I thought I felt it would be some continuation downside, didn't happen, then maybe I slow down. Okay, I put those out again to not be so heavily invested in this specific trade. Just
I think you mentioned something very powerful. So you said that you try to, sometimes you take the levels out so it doesn't influence you. And what I interpret from that, or what I understand from that, I think that's exactly that's something very common, that we have this confirmation bias, right? Yep. Once we are in a trade or we have an idea, we look for reasons why our idea needs to work, why our trade needs to go to TP, right? And that's not ideal, because price action doesn't care whether we have a position on, or whether we have a setup, we happen to have a setup that's going to be, you know, long, a bias or whatever. Price doesn't care about that. So Absolutely. And the probabilities didn't change. Why? Because we just have the trade on. Why? And that's a confirmation bias, and I think that's very, very powerful. I feel once I have the position on, we tend to look at the chart a little bit different, and I think it's a very good advice for everyone to try out.
Yeah, absolutely, and you're right. That's called confirmation. I like that you have the technical terminology, the confirmation bias, and then that's the worst, because also you don't want to be wrong, right? You never want to be wrong. You don't want to be in your decisions. And once you manage to detach yourself from the fact that, okay, some trades will go in your favors and some will go against you, and it doesn't make you a better or worse trader, then you can easily detach from that confirmation bias and that need to be right all the time, and you're just more comfortable taking the losses.
Exactly.
Yeah, the confirmation bias is definitely a big problem. It was a big problem for me, but I think that is, you know, it gets better with. I was gonna say it gets better with age, but it gets better with experience, right?
Experience.
So the older you get, the wiser you get. But yeah, the more you trade, the more you realize what type of price action brings out what type of emotions, and what those types of emotions mean. And for me, it's just about having a plan. You know, having a plan in your head, especially on the lower time frames. You know, I'm entering at a certain area. As soon as price shows me something different, I'm getting out of the trade immediately. Like, there's no reason for me to be in a trade that now gives the opposite signals to what it did when I entered, right? So I think that's super important. By the way, guys, we do have Dirk in the comment. Dirk came on, surprised us earlier in the morning with a couple of live trades on gold. So he's giving us an update on that. And this is actually his YouTube channel. So if you guys want to follow him, make sure they go to the comments and check out the good, the bad, and the Bitcoin to follow him. He's got some really good what is it? What's the word? Content. That's the word I'm looking for. So I actually think Euro USD here on the at least on the I still like it as a short. As long as it keeps within this range and keeps moving lower, I like it as a short. I think it looks better on higher time frames than the 1 hour. But there's clear invalidations for shorts, and it does look like I have my stop loss where Victor would want to enter his short. So that's interesting. But in a lot of cases, that's what we get.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't because the price action is telling us that it wants to go lower, right? Because it started breaking structure and all of that. And the fact that I'm very, very picky with my entry just means that I'm only going to get in if it tries to trick everyone that is reading what you're reading, where price is weakening, but price action is pushing them or squeezing them by going the opposite direction first before it actually goes in the direction that is telling us. And I'm only because my entry is at the extreme, it means that I'm only getting in at those moments. But all the other times where price action is not going to go to that extreme, you're reading and you're entering with a move that I'm not going to participate in. So the fact that I'm waiting for price much higher doesn't mean that it's necessarily going to get there before moving lower.
No, but it does look like a good level. When you enter a trade and then you see that trade looks good, and the more you look at it, the more you start to think, and the more you start to think, the more you realize you start finding reasons why this trade might go against you, especially if you're in a drawdown. But I guess that's where gotta stay calm, gotta follow that plan. I'm trying to see if I have any other pairs where there's volatility. I actually quite like USD CHF. I don't know what the spreads are on that one. Well, good spreads, 2 in spreads. That's definitely scalpable. We have a very nice 5-minute trend. I can show you here. This is on. We got the 4 hour, right? So this one hit TP. So let's remove that. We have the 4 hour coming down, hitting a high time frame support. Good uptrend on the hourly. Got a big wick on CPI. Reclaim the levels. Uptrend on the 15-minute, 5-minute looks good. And then on the 1 hour, we have a very good level down here. So if price can perhaps come down here and do something like this, then I will be very interested in a long position on USD CHF. That might look something like that. What do you guys think? No one's listening, right? Oh wow! Thank you. I appreciate that.
I like it, Jonathan. I see. I'm a fan of supply and demand areas, and that key level that you marked where you want to get in, that's a clear demand area. So I'm aligned with you. We just need to wait for market to get there.
Yeah, we do. And if well, CHF, I don't know what the correlation is with the euro, but if USD CHF moves to the downside, then Euro USD might get a push to the upside. So we'll see, but definitely like what I'm seeing here to begin with.
And you're looking for that pair as a swing trade, or?
No, this is
on the 1 minute you're looking. Okay,
it's the 1 minute, so we're looking for a 14 pips move.
Mm-hmm.
Quite like that. So we'll see what we have on there.
In my case,
wait, Victor.
Yes.
I wanted to tell you, and you as well, Saul, very good presentations yesterday. I really did enjoy that. Thinking we're gonna clip together a couple of videos for that to get up on YouTube, because I've seen some very good feedback on all the sessions yesterday. Actually, very good feedback.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was actually a great event.
Yeah.
I enjoyed it.
Okay, I'm entering along here on USDJPY now, and I'm hoping that this area is going to hold as support. And if we add the fibs as well, you'll see that it's a pretty good area here for the fibs as well. It's hit the 0.786 here, so I'm liking that. Now I am short EURUSD and long USDJPY. Let's see how this goes. 2% risk on both, but I'm going to close EURUSD before it hits my stop loss, which is actually quite soon, because it looks like EURUSD wants to break that low time frame range. Can I open your chart?
I'm getting ready to take the loss on that, and I'm actually looking at dollar yen, because it had a nice movement to the downside on a 1 minute chart. At least it has, nice volatility. 3 candles made 20 pips, which is nice. Then I would be looking for a little retracement from this area towards the, the breakout area, this area right here, and then potentially selling from that area. But the current price action, the movement to the downside, if it's aligned to the Euro USD movement to the upside, it's kind of indicating me it's about to take me out of that trade. So I don't think, I talked about this concept yesterday, taking partial losses. So that's what I've been doing, with this trade. As you get new information and understanding, okay, the market is slowly going to your stop loss, to bank profits on purpose. So losses on purpose. So that's what I've been doing. Let's see if there's anything to be done with this last trade. And I think I'll stop with Euro USD. I'll try to look another pair which, better volatility, potentially euro, potentially dollar yen.
So I've just I'm keeping your USD open, and I've just opened another position on USDJPY. So you see, you have the confirmation here in that level. So I'm adding to that trade right there, and then if we start to basically if we break this downtrend, and you can see, you can look at the swing points, right? We got one there, and then we have one here. So if we maybe get this type of move, then I'll move that stop to entry. And because of the fact that USDJPY might bounce here, I'm still keeping that Euro USD open, because obviously they're, what it seems in the current range that they both are in. We can do an experiment here. We can add both of them here, and then we can add Euro USD to the downside. Okay, now they're the same. Let me just fix that.
I like your setup, Jonatan. The pair, in any case, there's some alignment for me as well. Although because of the wick or the spike that was caused by CPI, the size, or maybe before I should just show my chart.
Well, let me just, before you do that, let me just what I was explaining here. So you have a down move here on USDJPY, and you have an uptrend here on Euro USD. So right now, and you can see local price action right here as well. You have one strong bearish candle, strong bullish candle, moves to the downside, moves to the upside. So these are now perfectly negatively correlated on the lower time frames, and therefore there's no reason to close your USD unless USDJPY goes into drawdown and your USD breaks above that high. So basically what I'm doing is I'm trading the same move on two pairs, which is also, from a risk management perspective, you need to divide the risk up into between these. But yeah, I just wanted to show how you can in real time find that correlation between the two assets and then use it to your advantage, because sometimes one of them is lagging behind a bit. I gotta go grab some water. I'll be back in just a minute.
No problem. I will. Let's. How's the? I'll show my chart. To show what I was talking about on dollar Swiss. Jonatan is looking to go long, and I do agree with him on the higher time frame. Of course, there's nothing really, any reason to go any direction, but on the lower time frames, we have this H4 that was created it's fresh, and we are basically retesting it right now. And we have below the current prices, we have another structure on the lower time frames on the H1 that tells me that this could be a place where price could come back to and continue to go higher. Of course, my entry is not exactly the same as I didn't get in, but if I were to get in, I think Jonatan is looking to go to get in, at the retest of this low, and I would be looking for some retest a little bit lower, and depending on price action as it hits that level, I'd be getting in. But I agree with the market structure that Jonatan was looking at, that this looks like a promising continuation to the upside. But I'm just a little bit more selective, picky at the places where I would participate. How are you in? Can I show your chart, Saul? Have you been able? Yes. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Have you been? I see you have a trade on. That's on.
That's the Euro USD one. That's the only one left, and I've lost I've lost trust on that one. I think it's going to be taken out. And if we gain momentum to the upside, then that's the confirmation from the initial analysis I made. The bias to the long side and all of that just being confirmed. Then I would be looking for potential long positions again. The momentum we read at the beginning of switching to the downside, and that strength to the downside, it got invalidated. After those the attempts to turn, after this sell-off and these candles, they've been taken out. So now the pendulum moves again to the upside. So I'll be looking to align myself to that movement, which aligns also to the dollar-yen movement to the downside, which that's happening. I missed, the entry. It didn't pull back deep enough for me to join the movement. But I'm aligned with my reading. So I'll be trying to catch movements here to the downside, and now Euro USD to the upside. But I need to wait for a pullback. I expect this movement to continue, to those levels. So on a pullback, I'll try to join to the upside. Dollar yen, it's hard. The news make that, make it a bit harder to they kind of mess with all the price action and the key levels, and they move everything around. So I don't have a clear reading of what's the price action behind this large wick, and where the market could be attempting to go. So it will make it a little bit more challenging, but we'll see how this unfolds. And here I'll wait for a pullback to try to join the movement to the upside. So I'm just waiting now.
We notice, Saul, from what you just explained, that you're quite flexible with your bias, right? You're easily, you're acutely sensitive to what price action is telling you, right? As long as it's telling you something, you're willing to continue. But the moment it switches, you're able and willing to switch it and participate in the opposite direction as well. Is that something that took you a long time to have that flexibility, that bias flexibility?
Absolutely, and my bias hasn't changed. What it changed previously was kind of the momentum, and I wanted just to take advantage of the momentum. I thought it would give me 3 pips in my favor. It didn't give it to me, but the bias it's still there, which is my first analysis of the session was Euro USD long, and that hasn't changed. I consciously took a counter bias trade, okay, which were the short trades. But as traders, we need to know how to react and it's our job is to react to market and not to anticipate movements. We never know where the market's going to go. We never know if level's going to hold, is going to break. We just don't know in advance, right? We know everything backward. So our job as traders is to react to new information the market gives us, and to risk manage, to manage risk. So
yeah,
that's it.
Yes, I flipped long on EU, and something funny happened on USDJPY, and I don't really know what, and I kind of need to go through what happened, but I opened one short and one long, and it hit my stop loss on my short, but I didn't. It hit the stop loss on my long, and then I got back and I was in a short, so I closed that short, and now I made more money on the short than I did on the long. And I don't know how I could have entered the short and the long. That it must have been some issue with the position size calculator. That's the thing when you're scalping, right? You can't do things too quickly. You gotta double check everything, right? Yeah. Make sure that you're actually entering. And I'm not as experienced in scalping as Saul is. So I tend to make these mistakes because when I'm swing trading, I have, I can plan an entry for an hour if I want. It doesn't matter.
Or a day, right?
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so I entered long on EU when we kind of broke above that range, and I'm now looking at. Yeah, my target is where you have your box right there.
Up here.
Yeah.
Yeah. So now I'm looking for, this would be the retest entry, right? I know you like that one, Jonatan. So we broke, and that's the retest, and that's an opportunity to go long. So that's a valid entry. It just, there's not enough room for me to make money between this, in this range. So I'll skip that one. I'll be looking to go long around this area. So I'll wait for a little deeper pullback before pulling the trigger to the upside. But that would be if this range was a little wider, then this would be a great first entry point.
Yeah, let's see what we get here. But at least we're getting some movement. I feel like now that we broke about that range, and I see also USDCHF is breaking down, we are at least seeing something. Steven, which we know from ABL. I love the idea of taking partial losses yesterday in the event. I have never really thought about that before. Yeah, I mean, when you talk about that, taking partial losses, it's definitely it's something that has helped me within my scalping. Like, I see that I'm in a loss, and then maybe I get a spike to the upside, and I see that one of my positions, maybe the biggest position, is actually giving back some, so I can close that one, and basically it's removing risk in increments. That's a really good thing to do.
Yeah, it's counterintuitive, but it's so powerful. It just makes wonders to your long-term statistics. It's amazing.
And you need multiple positions as well to have that for that to work. And that's why also, what I've started doing when I'm on the lower time frames is I make sure that my positions are so small that I can open many of them, so I can start averaging out to the upside and averaging out to the downside as well.
Yeah, correct.
Well, your USD looks good. Like what I'm seeing here.
Yeah, looks like it's holding right now. Holding right now. It wants to go to the next level. Let's see if it gives you the follow through.
Okay, I'm gonna take I'm gonna take a slightly bigger loss than what I probably should if this hits stop loss, but I'll make sure to close it. I feel like I really need to end not need, that's the wrong word. I really want to end the day profitable. I'm currently down on the evaluation account. I'm currently down today $65. If it hits I'm currently up about 40 on the position. So if it hits that TP, I'll be up around 1%. This is guys, if you're listening and you're watching, this is the exact thing that you should not be doing, calculating how much you're down on the days and then calculating how much do I need to make, to make that all back.
Please finish.
No, like that's a recipe for disaster. But I know that, I'm ready to close this position, very quickly. I know that I'm not supposed to be thinking that, therefore I can, if you know what I mean. Like, I know that it won't trap me in the wrong bad habits of over trading and things like that, or revenge trading.
It's exactly what Saul was alluding to, that you don't want to be attached to the outcome of the trades, or even if the price is going up or down, and by assigning a value for you. If price go up, right, you hit your TP, you're going to be happy. Or if price goes the other way, you're going to feel something is negative. By having that positive negative, you make yourself attached. You're invested in that trade, even by a little bit. Of course, maybe that won't affect you, but everyone who might be who haven't overcome this yet, or is not aware of this, and it may be someone new to the markets, that's exactly what you shouldn't do. You should detach yourself from the open trades, your P&L, and not be it shouldn't have any meaning personally if it goes up or down. You should only be executing your plan, whether it goes into losses or into profit. That's the detachment that Saul was talking about, how he is able to change direction with his trade, because it's not attached. He's not invested in any single direction.
It's always easier to say than to do, right? But yeah, that's the theory behind it.
Yes. In the reality, you will be affected. Let's face it. You will be affected. We are all humans. You will see the P&L go up. You will have a feeling added. You will attach a value to it. But ideally, the theory, indeed, that's what we should be aware of and be cautious with.
Absolutely.
Yeah, definitely.
But that's a great example. We're starting this project with Rich. Of course, you guys know it, but traders out there, we're starting a project with him to accompany traders, in this process, mental challenges that trading, throws to us, because all these things you, Victor, are mentioning, it's a lot of many times it's very hard to understand why they happen, and only the first time you hear these things from someone, in this case you, Victor, you say, that happens to me, and I can relate to that, or I recognize that happens sometimes when I do this or I do that. And if someone doesn't, can't you put a mirror on yourself and explain what's going on to understand those things by yourself, it's very, very challenging. So we're gonna start this project together with Rich to try to create content and tools for traders to try to understand these mental processes and emotions and all of that, so they're aware of this of this process that happen inside the traders, and ways to overcome to them.
Yeah, I'm very excited about that. I think that's definitely something that a lot of people have been requesting as well at the 5ers.
Yep.
They're asking for, private mentoring and private guidance and things like that. And it's we can't really, other than these live streams, we can't really give away systems and things like that, because that's something you kind of have to develop yourself. But what we can do is we can help with how not to think, because there are some clear psychological issues with with trading, and Rich is definitely the right person to handle that. So I'm super excited to have him on board. We have a question here in the comments asking if you are also scalping gold. Are you? Is that something you trade?
No, to be honest, I don't. The spreads over there makes it a little bit more challenging when I'm scalping, especially because it's on the 1 minute chart. I look for pairs with a close to zero spread, so the impact is less significant because I've taken a lot of positions, and the spread might become impactful in the final outcome. And also, you place your take profit or your stop loss, and you're not aware of the add and BISC prices, and suddenly you're sure you're going to be taken out in profit that you don't. So I just stick to my bread and butter, which is the Forex pairs.
Let me just bring my screen up quickly here because we are about to. No, that's the wrong screen. Let me pull that up. We got MetaTrader. Where do we have MetaTrader? We have it right here. Okay, so see, TP is just about to get hit. Now, I really do hope we're going to get a couple of ticks.
You're not sharing anything.
Oh, man, why am I not sharing anything? There we go. Okay. It's very close. It's very, very close here. Now, all we have to do is wait for that TP to get hit, and I really hope it's going to hit. Oh, come on. Let's go. Let's go. Let's hit that TP.
Yes, that's going to be hit.
Ah, really? You think that? Oh, wow,
Yes.
look at that wick.
Just be patient. It'll be hit. What is the actual? Yes, it's going to be hit. I think. Don't worry about it.
I think I like how calming and reassuring you are. Wow.
And hopefully it doesn't turn around, go the other way completely.
No. Oh, look at that. It turns into a bearish pin bar. Beautiful.
No, but it should be achieved.
I think so too.
They shouldn't have a problem.
I did though put it at 09103. I should just put it at 100 because that's sort of like an even number.
I don't think. Yes, of course you're right, but I think you're going to be fine.
Well, I'm gonna put it at. I'm gonna put it at that even number. Gonna move it down just a little bit.
For me, like if it's going to take your take profit, it has a high probability to go even further. So if I was managing that trade, I would either take the profit now or take profit even higher. You know what I mean?
There we go. Yes. Nice. Okay, that's a great way. That's a great way to end the live stream here today.
Yeah.
Now let's look at my today's history. I'm still down $11, but that's
good recovery. Great recovery.
Yeah. Well, that's about 20 trades today, which is 20 more trades than what I usually do in a day. Yeah, I'm gonna go drink some tea. I'm going to the oh, look at that. Now it just keeps moving, just like you said, Saul.
Yeah, because your TP was just above the supply area. So if if you already broke it and closed above it, has the potential to go higher. But banking profit is always the right thing to do, right?
Profit
guys, I'll end this session for a loss, sadly. But
wait a minute. You lost, and I actually made money during this session. Wow.
Yeah, you said you were down at $11.
Okay, that's right. That's on the whole day though. But this session.
Okay.
This session, yeah. But yeah, good stuff
Jonatan,
today, guys. We had,
Jonatan,
yeah, Victor.
You do know that Saul is the CEO. You do want to keep your job, right?
No.
I do want to keep my job, but also I kind of want to.
No. It's fair. We're also friends.
Of course.
That's all good.
Yeah, I mean, I did lose money, on the day, so that's okay. And yeah, it is. But yeah, I do really enjoy these sessions all when you come on, and because it's so, it's pure price action. It's pure trading. It's like it doesn't get more, you know, live trading than this. It's just we look at every new tick, every new candle on the 1 minute, and we make decisions on what the market is really telling us. And there's no, you know, no, look, you know, this indicator and that indicator and this number and all of that. It's just pure price action, pure momentum and volatility, and that's what I really love about this type of trading. It's at the very core of what day trading and scalping is, because I believe this is also the most difficult way to trade. Just pull up a chart, trade the 1 minute, and yeah, very few people can do that successfully long term. So guys, make sure that you also like the live stream here, those of you who are left watching, and we do have quite a big number of people watching, almost 300 people watching live right now. And to compare this with what we have done about a month ago, we had, you know, under 100 people watching live. Now we have 300 people coming here and watching live, and we have doubled the views, we have doubled the people that are here. So obviously what we're doing right now, guys, is something that you are liking. So continue liking the videos for the content that you like, and we're going to make sure that we give you the content that you deserve and that you like watching. All right.
I see we on the StreamYard, I see a little eye with a different number, Jonatan. Do you see that too? Is that something different?
If you hover your mouse over it, you will see the difference between Twitter and YouTube. So Twitter is not Twitter. You can ignore. It's only okay. YouTube that's live. Okay.
Okay. By the way, everyone, and Saul, I was just kidding. You're a great boss. Don't worry. Everyone, hit the like button, subscribe to our channel.
I don't think he thought otherwise. Oh, Victor, I love you, man.
You can be the job, Victor. Don't worry. You can narrate.
That's it for today, I think. So at least I hope you guys enjoyed it, and I always enjoy Saul when you come in, because to me that's the purest kind of a trader, the one that is in sync with the price action, that you're putting your ears to the ground to listen to what the price is actually telling you, and not, you know, robotically doing things, but tuning into what the market is telling us. So I love it when you're here, Saul. That's it for me.
Thank you. I enjoy coming. You know, I hope I could come more, but I love it every time I come in and, you know, trading with you and, you know, chatting with all the guys out there. So thank you guys. See you next time.
All right. Well, you guys heard it. You gotta like and subscribe and hit that bell notification button so that you are. Oh, he removed himself. Well, goodbye, Saul. And we are now. It's now time to. I guess that's him telling us to end the live stream. Yeah, it's time to go, guys. Thank you for watching, everyone, and we will see you next Monday. And we're also hopefully going to start expanding into Thursdays as well, and who knows, maybe Fridays in the future as well. So take care, everyone, and see you all next week.
Bye.
Hi guys, so thank you very much for watching the video. Now make sure you like and subscribe, and most of all, go into the YouTube and check our other content that we provide here at The 5ers. We'll see you in the next one.